Pleasant good morning, everyone. We welcome you to day 2 of Research Day here at the virtual USC Virtual Research Day, live here from the St. Joseph campus of the University of the Southern Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago. Before we proceed to any form of order in the presentation, I'll invite you now to bow your heads wheresoever you are as we invite the presence of Almighty God. Father and Lord, we thank you for this opportunity that we could come before you, that you are our God and you're our King, and you will direct, O Father, as you have said in your word, in all our ways we'll acknowledge you, that you will direct our paths. Father, we come now even at the start of this day, where there are going to be presentations of knowledge and things that people have learned, and even, O Lord, they have learned of your greatness and your goodness. We ask you be with us, your Spirit lead and guide us, and, O Father, at the end of it all, you will receive the glory, the honor, and the praise. This we ask in your precious name, Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. My name is Dave Cassie, and I'll be your moderator for this morning's proceedings. And I'd like now to invite the Director of the Department of Research and Innovation, Dr. Susan Chand, to address you briefly.
A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know you are joining us from different time zones. It gives me a great pleasure to extend this warm welcome to our day 2 of our research day at the University of the Southern Caribbean, live from our virtual platform. For the very first time, we are hosting this on the virtual platform, and we thank you for joining us live in a Zoom room, viewing us through our YouTube at the University of the Southern Caribbean. We want to welcome each and every one of you. This morning, we have a very intellectual and academic presentations. All are done by scholars who have researched, done their work, and they're presenting their findings. Especially, we are looking at what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic as we transition from face-to-face to online learning. What were the lessons we learned? What are our future endeavors? So stay tuned. Look at our program by visiting usc.edu.tt/researchday. This morning, I want to recognize a very special person amidst us, and I want to pay my tribute to my professor, to my lecturer, Dr. Prema Gaikwad. Welcome to you, Professor. She has been my mathematics professor at the Spicer Adventist University. Those days was known as Spicer Memorial College. So we are so glad to have her be our featured presenter this morning. She will be followed by Dr. Tashane Haynes Brown, a very eminent person, joining us from the University of West Indies, Mona, Jamaica. She is also the president for Mixed Method International Research Association, the Caribbean chapter, and you'll hear more of the introductions when our moderator will be introducing them officially. We want to welcome all of you who are joining us from different parts of the world, especially I know students of the Adventist International Institute of Advanced Studies, Philippines, are very much there to support their professor who will be presenting our featured address. And we know students from the Asia Pacific International University are also joining. And we have also presenters from Malawi Adventist University. And I know folks are tuning in and joining in from Philippines to Malawi. We want to welcome you. Please type on the chat box where you're joining us from so we can recognize the countries that you are coming in from. And we thank you for joining us. We want to welcome our University of the Southern Caribbean students in a very special way. Thank you for coming here to be part of our research day. We want to thank and welcome our faculty, staff, and administrators, and research scholars who have joined us too from our local, regional, and international universities. So welcome one, welcome all. God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. We want to extend such a warm thanks to Renee Lawrence for that indeed a soothing, inspirational rendition to get us started here this morning at day 2 of USC Virtual Research Day. I just want to encourage everyone who's joining us in the Zoom room and on YouTube, etc. You can please, if you're in the Zoom room with us, you can use the chat box to share your greetings, as well as to tell us where you're joining us from the world. Okay? So this morning, we are now going to focus on our presentations. And there is no doubt that since the inception of COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been the accelerated use of technology-mediated learning worldwide. In this session, we will feature 2 presentations which highlight the use of technology by researchers and teachers. In the first presentation, Dr. Prema Gaikwad will discuss collecting qualitative research data online, and that will be followed by Dr. Tashan Haynes-Brown, who will present for us on the topic, Exploring Teachers, Understanding of Beliefs that Shape Their Use of Technology. I wish to remind our viewers as well that you can type in your questions in the question and answer box so that they will be answered during our 10-minute question and answer session, which will follow after the presentations. So at this point, let me give you some background as to the background information with regard to our esteemed speakers. Our first presenter is Dr. Prema Gaikwad. She's a professor of education at the Adventist International Institute of Advanced Studies, AIIAS, a general conference institution of higher education located in the Philippines. She's the editor of the International Forum Journal, a journal produced by the AIIAS Graduate School. She hails from India and completed her doctoral studies at Andrews University, USA, and has been a teacher for 46 years, mostly in the field of higher education. Her teaching area of specialty is curriculum and instruction. She has conducted scores of training sessions internationally in the areas of professional development, inclusive instruction, and research, especially using qualitative approaches. She has published book chapters and numerous articles in peer-reviewed journals. She's currently working on a couple of book chapters for an upcoming book dealing exclusively with qualitative research. Dr. Gaikwad is a loving wife and a mother of 2 sons who are medical doctors, and she's also a grandmother. And as you would have heard, she has been a past teacher of our very own Dr. Susan Chand. After her presentation, we will switch our focus to Dr. Tashan Haynes-Brown. She is a lecturer in the teacher education and teacher development at the School of Education, the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica. She currently serves as a coordinator for the undergraduate programs in the School of Education. Dr. Haynes-Brown has over 16 years of combined work experience in the field of education. She taught for 9 years at the secondary level in the areas of Spanish and English language. She's now in her 7th year lecturing at the tertiary level with specialization in teacher education, research, and modern languages. Her doctoral work was actually focused on understanding how teachers' beliefs shape their use of technology in the classroom. Dr. Haynes-Brown is the president of the Mixed Methods International Research Association, the Caribbean chapter, and has been a visiting scholar at the Michigan Mixed Methods Research and Scholarship Program in 2017. She has published articles on mixed methods research and on the use of ICTs in education. She's also the author of a Spanish textbook approved by the Ministry of Education for use in Jamaican secondary schools. Dr. Haynes-Brown is also a wife and a mother of 3. We will listen to her presentation, Exploring Teachers, Understanding of Beliefs that Shape Their Use of Technology, and she will come after Dr. Gaikwad. So at this moment, I'm going to introduce Dr. Gaikwad Guaiquad to speak to us on collecting qualitative research data online. Each presenter will have 20 minutes for their presentation.
Greetings to you, everyone. I hope you can see the presentation. Yes. Greetings from the Philippines. I'm very, very delighted to be here with all of you professionals for the USC Virtual Research Day 2021 on the theme Education and Transition, Moving Beyond the Pandemic Response. What a wonderful theme it is. And for now, I just wish to tell that this topic, collecting qualitative research data online, is in line with the theme that you have selected for this research day, because we are all struggling with adjusting to the new way of going about in our own professions. And this is a little snippet of what qualitative researchers have been doing to adjust to the situation. A 2-second tour of IS. IS is the Adventist International Institute of Advanced Studies, the bell tower, and here's administration building, auditorium, and so on. It's a beautiful place, the Philippines, just like Trinidad. The agenda for today, for my presentation, is simply the introduction and an idea about bricolage and online tools, and we go to ethics and conclusion. This presentation is literally a product of my own learning, the theoretical ideas over the years, and then also intermingle with some empirical studies that I have conducted, and also my students, doctoral students, have conducted to support the ideas, the theoretical ideas that I'm presenting today. Well, the current situation can be compared to, the shifting carpet phenomenon. Salmons has exclaimed, the world is changing, so are your research plans and options. So just like teachers change their plans, their modality of teaching, researchers are grappling with this changing situation. And it's as though our dance has to be adjusted to the shifting carpet in an uncertain world, instead of seeing the rug from being pulled from under us as we learn to dance on a shifting carpet. So once more, in an uncertain world, instead of seeing the rug from being pulled from under us, we learn to dance on the shifting carpet. What a beautiful analogy. So there is hope. There is positivity about it all. And more than anything else, we know as God's children, His guidance, His wisdom is upon us. No matter what we do, whether it's teaching or research, this is what we know for sure. The focus of my presentation is really qualitative research, though I'm basically a mathematics professional originally, but qualitative research has been a passion for me in more recent years. And we all need to be adapted, quantitative and qualitative research paradigms. In fact, the mixed method paradigm is the one that's emerging. So in order to cope up, we need to be good with all these approaches. And today, let me focus on what qualitative researchers do. What qualitative researchers do. Well, we know that qualitative researchers try to get deep understanding of lived experiences of people. That's what they are up to. While quantitative researchers try to see the broad meaning and understanding, qualitative researchers go deep. And both perspectives are important. And traditionally, qualitative researchers are to experience the context and talk to people face to face. There's nothing that can replace that. That's what we have been believing in. And now, with the current situation, we are not able to do this as we need to. So, there is a problem in connecting with research participants. All right. And but innovative methods have been already in place. Qualitative researchers have been quite innovative and flexible in their approaches. And so, what qualitative researchers have been doing can be termed with a very special term, bricolage. Bricolage. All right, this is a very special, very professional sounding term. It simply means this. All right, improvise what is at hand and use what exists in new ways. Something like a professional making a quilt. Quilt making is a hobby for many people, especially women. All right, what no one thought of, they do something with what is not thought of as important sometimes. Okay, and so this is exactly what qualitative researchers do. What exists, we put in new ways, and technology tools which have been with us for years. This is the way that qualitative researchers are going to bricolage. Okay, they put to use what is available in terms of technology. So let's now visit some of the brand new ideas on how we can be bricoleurs. Okay, first of all, is a professional do-it-yourself person, uses aesthetic and material tools of his or her craft. All right, even aesthetic tools are used in general. Okay, now when you talk about methodological bricoleur, who is a qualitative researcher or a quantitative researcher, for now we are talking about qualitative researchers, they are adept at performing a large number of diverse tasks, ranging from interviewing to intensive self-reflection and introspection. A wide variety of methods and tools are used by qualitative researchers. They become bricoleurs. And when such limited contexts come or situations come that do not allow us to do as usual, we need to think about creative ways to continue doing our work efficiently and effectively as always. Now, to understand how we can go about, we need to think about two types of tools, the modalities of collecting data. Synchronous is one, where we collect data in real time. All right, and asynchronous is data collection not in real time. There's a wait period. All right, so this is very easy to understand. All right, and the traditional tools that qualitative researchers have been using have been interviews, focus group discussions, open-ended surveys, observations, documents, and artifacts, and more, many more than that. But these are some of the most common ones. All right, now when we talk about interviews, let's take interviews. Online modality of collecting data through interviews is possible. Yes, it's possible. There are wonderful platforms, perhaps that were not used typically for research data collection, can be put to use. So that's how we become bricoleurs. Okay, here we are. Zoom, Skype, GoToMeeting, WebEx. These are a few of the available wonderful platforms that we can use to interview. All right, and many characteristics are there. Most of them do not need a special account to participate. Just log in and the participant can get in. All right, with Skype, maybe multiple users may have a little problem in terms of lagging or disconnection. Otherwise, all of them are equally efficient and available. Well, what does one need for using technology to collect data? From both sides, from the researcher side and from the participant side. Yes, there are some requirements, very minimum. Technology device is very important. A computer or a smartphone or a tablet, of course, a device is needed with speaker, microphone, and camera facility, of course. Then dependable internet connectivity, very important, and proficiency in the use. The researcher needs to be proficient, and the participants may need at least some minimum technology skills. Okay, prior instructions to participants. If the participants are not well versed in the use of the minimum required proficiency, it's easy to explain to them and practice having a pre-session before the interviews. There are alternative interviews at the same time. These are email interviews, discussion forums, ethnographies, all right? These are ways that we can also have interviews. And there are advantages for these. Okay, easy to access emails, of course. And when people are not reachable directly through technology, we can get a response from them. All right, and there are several such advantages for each of them. Discussion forums, there are some wonderful platforms, Wix, PHBBB, MyBB, Moodle. Yes, these are, some of them are free and others, I think the first three are free. Moodle may be free, and there are also platforms where we need to pay to access. Ethnography is another type of alternative interviews where we can access big data through social media and Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter. These are good examples of resources for ethnography. Now, I just mentioned a bit ago, while ago, synchronous and asynchronous ways of collecting data. Now, synchronous, as we know, it's real-time data collection. When it's interviews, we need to have face-to-face interviews for synchronous modality. Okay, and there is also more interactive responses that are possible through that. And this can be obtained through live video calls, through Zoom, Skype, Facebook chat, and so on. And asynchronous may have participant-friendly nature because they can respond at their own convenience. All right, this is helpful for very busy professionals. Okay, and they also get time to think through the questions and they're able to respond and so on. Okay, so there are advantages to both. Now, here is an example, an actual study done by me recently on a study called Balancing Research Productivity and Teaching by Faculty, a case study in higher education in Southeast Asia. All right, for this study, I used several tools, but the one that I wish to highlight is personal interviews. I could do face-to-face because it was just one-to-one. I could meet the professors and have very in-depth interviews. I didn't need technology for that, but for focus groups, I had 2 focus groups of faculty consisting of 6 to 12 members each. And we did it through Zoom. And this was a wonderful experience resulting in a study. And I have presented this in a couple of conferences, and an article is shaping up to be published. Open-ended surveys is also part of qualitative research studies. Open-ended surveys, of course, ask open-ended questions. And there are text boxes in which the respondents can write their responses, and it won't be very lengthy, but it's at the same time much longer than just ticking, yes, no, or like a regular quantitative survey. And it gives exploratory data. This is an example of the open-ended survey that I used for the study I just showed you using Google Form. So for example, what reasons do you have for publishing? And okay, they give their own responses as they wish. All right, let's go to online observations. This is another tricky situation for qualitative researchers. How do we observe during this time of pandemic and when you're restricted and you cannot travel? The type of observation can be either participant observation or passive observation. There are two types of them. And participant observation is either elicited or enacted. Elicited is when there is an interaction between the researcher and at least one participant on a minimum basis. You may have a quick question to ask or clarification to make. So you are interacting with a few people. But enacted participant observation is when you're very much involved with the participants who are being observed. Observation is going on, but you also ask them for photograph, or you ask them questions, and some mini interviews are going on. This is enacted. And you have many questions to ask them maybe. Passive observation is possible too. This is called extent. No direct contact with the individual participant. You are just there, just watching. And which one to choose will depend on what kind of expertise you have. A researcher be if the topic of study and what you're observing is an area of your real expertise, you can go to the participant observation modality. Yes. All right. Now there are creative forms of online data. This is very interesting. These are called big data, data in social media, and symbolic representations of data. It can be in the form of aesthetic portrayals, which include poetry, photograph, video clips, metaphors, collage, painting. There is no limit to the aesthetic modality of collecting data, and photos. And I'm so excited to present a couple of examples. Here is an example of a student who did data collection from social media, startup, and usage of a workplace WhatsApp group in an Adventist college, a case study. This lady collected data from the workplace WhatsApp group, of course, using the ethical practices and so on. And what a wonderful study it was, just using the materials that were available online. Examples of aesthetic portrayals are also available. Here is a study by a doctoral student of mine, an Adventist education leader in Asia, a narrative inquiry. She, at the end of her narrative inquiry, she was able to make a wonderful poem that captured the essence of this life of the Adventist leader. And she made a beautiful collage after collecting photographs from childhood to the current life of this person. And it's all electronically captured. Here's another example of a study that uses photo voice, developing a model to implement cooperative learning in a Romanian university, an action research case study with photo voice. Yes, this person used several tools to collect data, but photo voice was one of them. And what she did was using technology, photographs with, of course, taken by the participants. For photo voice, the participants take photos and they give meaning to selected photos, and their thoughts are portrayed through photos. Instead of an interview, they explain what they feel about their life and so on through photos. Yes. And finally, we are looking at ethics in online data collection. The typical face-to-face ethical practices need to be followed. As usual, respect for persons, anonymity, confidentiality, data security, no risk, benefits for social good, informed consent, voluntary withdrawal, data storage. That is possible. There's no limitation because we are using technology or online modality. Issues come when certain areas are being explored, like with big data. Is it private or public can be a question. All right. The data that's available, okay, the privacy paradox problem comes. We need to tread very carefully. It may be public data, but participants may not be very aware of the research that's going on. And we need to still find from the members if they are willing to participate or not. All right, so focus on people's expectations. This is important. All right, and using archival data sometimes loses much of its contextual integrity. We do not know how that data came about. We didn't create it. So the accountability problem may be there. All right, and then how we go about this by ethical fabrication, using composite accounts, techniques to reduce recognizability of visual data. All right, and if people are willing to, like there was a photograph there of people, they gave permission to be seen in that photo voice bit. And benefit usually may be in question. What's the benefit of accessing database materials? Okay, people will feel empowered. They were not paid attention in a professional way, but being part of a research, their data became part of research. They become feel very empowered. Yes. So the takeaway for today is simply 3 bits of information. Bricolage, we need to improvise, and technology is one way we are going about. Yes. And yes, traditional and creative tools have been made available, and we can make use of both types wonderfully well through online modality. And I just explained a few of the ways that it can be done, and of people who have done studies using technology. And ethical practices are very important, even during such restricted times. Yes. And we know that whatever a hand findeth to do, we should do it with all our might, with integrity, not leaving any stone unturned, and glorify God. Thank you very much. And may you be blessed by what I have shared of my own learning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gaikwad, for your insightful presentation. Just one quick correction we have here. The special music this morning was actually done by Miss Renelle Harinarayan, and we thank her as well for her participation. At this point, we're going to invite Dr. Tashan Haynes Brown to present on exploring teachers, understanding the beliefs that shape their use of technology. Dr. Haynes Brown.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you a little of what has been happening in my context. Just making sure that all is well. Just confirming, are you seeing my screen, guys? All right, so what has been happening in our Jamaican context concerning research and the use of technology? So our government has been spending significant sums investing in the use of technology, and this trend started before the COVID-19 pandemic. So for example, in 2018, in 2018, they spent over US $30 million to ensure that many schools were equipped with tablets. And that has continued. Unfortunately, one of the challenges we have had is that the quality of teaching and learning, although it is improving, it has remained relatively teacher-centered and didactic. And we know that a lot of persons tout ICT use as one of those means that can help us to transform our pedagogical practices to being more learner-centered. But that has not been a very widespread situation in our Jamaican context. So can you imagine that we have been training, we have been providing the resources and the devices and so on over the last couple of years, and we have not had the requisite success that we were anticipating. And in light of the COVID pandemic, the situation is likely to be the same. What is it that fuels this challenge, though? I think one of the things that has been noted by educators in the Jamaican context would be that enough emphasis has not been placed on understanding why it is that the teachers do what they do and how it is that these beliefs that they have constitute about what constitutes good teaching, how it influences their instructional decisions. And of course, that particular viewpoint that we need to focus on beliefs is not new, because for years, beliefs has been a central focus of research that has aimed to understand human actions and behavior. So it is against this background that I sought to explore teachers' understandings of the beliefs that shape their use of information and communication technology. So today, I will be sharing with you briefly the purpose of my study, what were some of the research questions, an overview of the methodology, and some of those critical findings that I think would be most useful in our current context. And so what was the purpose of the study? It was to investigate how differences in teachers' pedagogic beliefs and technology beliefs shaped their decisions and actions in using technology in the different ways across distinct ICT environments, those that had adequate resources, moderate resources, and limited resources. In the first phase, quantitative data were collected from 248 teachers. And then in the second phase, 8 teachers were purposefully selected for a follow-up qualitative case study using various methods. And so as you see an overall view of my research design that was used, you would see that there was a quantitative questionnaire which focused on the teachers' self-reported beliefs about teaching, their beliefs about technology, and their indicated ways of using technology. And based on the analysis of that initial data, which first of all, I sought to ascertain whether or not this construct belief that has been touted in the literature as being critical in accounting for variance in people's actions is in fact significant in our Jamaican context. And so I utilized path analysis there to explore that significance and whether or not it exists in our context. Based on the findings there, I then did a follow-up phase with semi-structured interviews, video recorded the teacher's classroom observations. I utilized a quantitative observation checklist as well that sought to ascertain whether or not their use of ICT was more teacher-centered or learner-centered in its orientation. Qualitative observation field notes were taken during those lesson observations. And then the recordings of those classroom observations were sent to the teachers and utilized in what we call video elicitation interviews. And then there were also documents that were collected, including lesson plans, web pages, PowerPoint presentations that the teachers wanted to share to illustrate how it is that they were using technology in line with their perceived views of their beliefs. I also utilized a site analysis chart because, of course, it is always important to understand the context in which the particular behaviors take place. And so there was a data analysis, composite data analysis in that mixed methods case study. And then there was meta-inferencing, where the data collected from both the quantitative and the mixed methods case study phase were integrated. So this is an overview of what it is that was done in this study. So let's take a brief look at a few of those research questions that guided this quantitative phase. And so in the quantitative phase, the first thing I wanted to find out was the significance of the teachers' beliefs about teaching, their beliefs about technology, and how those types of beliefs accounted for differences in terms of how they reportedly used the technology. Then the other part of this was to ascertain whether or not there was any alignment between their beliefs and their use of ICT in terms of these uses of ICT being learner-centered or teacher-centered. Because if it is that we are proposing in the literature that if you have your beliefs guide your decisions and actions, it would stand to reason that if your beliefs are predominantly learner-centered, then the ways in which that translates into action should reflect similarly learner-centered use of technology, and vice versa. If your beliefs are predominantly teacher-centered, then your use of ICT, one would expect it to be predominantly teacher-centered, because ultimately, how you view, how you put things into action are oftentimes connected to your own beliefs about what it should look like, the role and function and purpose of the particular resources, and how our students learn best. And the other thing that was also explored in this phase one was looking at the extent to which the variables such as age, teaching experience, subject taught, gender, school type, their involvement in professional development activities, contextual factors within the school, such as leadership and access, how all of these kinds of factors affected the relationship between their beliefs and use of technology. And for phase two, there were several qualitative questions, and I will go into more depth on this phase when I get to the findings related to that. But these were just some of the things that were asked based on the results from the quantitative phase. And of course, there was ethical approval received from the UII's ethics committee, and I had signed approvals for entry to the schools. I had the teachers' consent forms. There was voluntary participation. Confidentiality was, of course, assured. All teachers were assigned pseudonyms as well as the schools, and there was a code book where the data was stored in a secure location. And these are all critical things in a mixed method study, because I needed to be able to identify each teacher from that 248 in order to select my subsample for the second phase. And so each teacher's actual name and telephone number had to be recorded so that I could, when I do my selection, contact them. So this was important that these things were stored in a secure location. So these are just some of the ethical considerations that I thought would be important to highlight in our discussion this morning. So let's take a look at some of the quantitative results. So in looking at the significance of teachers' beliefs about teaching and technology and the extent to which those kinds of beliefs accounted for differences in terms of how they used technology, when the path analysis was conducted, it revealed a positive, significant relationship between the teachers' beliefs and use of technology. And this model explained approximately 50% of the variance in teachers' use of technology. So in other words, beliefs are in fact significant predictors of how it is that teachers use technology. However, if you notice, you would see that the direct path between teachers' beliefs about teaching and the use of technology was not very significant. And so it is through their beliefs about ICT in particular that there is variance in how it is that teachers use technology. So ICT beliefs would be the mechanism through which their use of technology is affected. In terms of all of those control variables, such as their age, experience, level of professional involvement, the school, the subject taught, How did these interact with the teacher's use of technology? Of these factors, it was revealed that it was the level of involvement in professional development activity that had the most significance in accounting for any difference in how teachers use technology. So here we are beginning to see also that it is important for teachers to be exposed to professional development, because that level of exposure to professional development in the use of technology can make a significant difference in how it is that they use technology, regardless of their age and their years of experience and gender, and even the context and subject taught. If it is that we spend more time with our teachers, exposing them to professional development, it can have a direct effect on their beliefs and how it is that they put these beliefs into practice. And of course, I wanted to also ascertain whether or not the teachers' beliefs about technology and teaching were aligned with the ways they use technology. So is it learner-centered teaching equals to learner-centered use of technology? Learner-centered beliefs equals learner-centered use of technology. Teacher-centered beliefs should result in teacher-centered use of technology. And so initially I proposed 3 grouping criteria on the data, and they were: if your beliefs about teaching, beliefs about ICT, and use of technology based on the scores were all teacher-centered, they were to be grouped accordingly. And if it is that their beliefs and so on were somewhere in the progressively moderate phase based on the scores, they were to be placed in a different group. And those teachers who had learner-centered beliefs about technology and teaching and reported learner-centered uses of technology, they were to be placed in another group. When I proposed these grouping criteria, what I found was that of the 248 teachers in the sample, only 140 met these grouping criteria. What that said to me was that not every teacher uses technology in a way that aligns with their beliefs about teaching and technology. So I had to explore the data a little bit further. So I decided, I wonder, could I take a look at those teachers who had teacher-centered beliefs, but when you look at their use of ICT, it was learner-centered, or those teachers who had learner-centered beliefs, but their use of technology was reportedly teacher-centered? When I entered those grouping criteria into the data set, I found that it accounted for almost all of the remaining teachers. So 39 of those 248 teachers were a part of the group who had teacher-centered use of technology, but learner-centered beliefs. And the other 42, so you realize that not all teachers use technologies in ways that reflect their stated beliefs, right? And so that was, for me, another significant finding. And so it would have been based on these kinds of findings that I grounded my selection of cases for the second phase. So in order to explore both the confirming results that beliefs and use of technology are aligned in teacher-centered or learner-centered ways, I selected from these groups 3 teachers for the first case, which would be teacher-centered alignment. And then I also selected 3 teachers for the learner-centered alignment. Unfortunately, one of those teachers withdrew during data collection. So she did the first interview and then withdrew. And then I also felt it was important to explore the disconfirming results, which sought to ascertain whether or not what it is that explains that kind of inconsistency in terms of teachers who had learner-centered beliefs, but their use of technology was predominantly teacher-centered. So here you're also seeing how it is that the results from the quantitative phase were used to inform the sampling and case selection for the follow-up case study phase. And some of my questions also focused on understanding in a deeper way what were teachers' beliefs generally about teaching and technology. We also looked a little closer at the teachers' experience with professional development and what were the significant features of the professional development that would have accounted for the ways in which they decided to use technology, right? So the quantitative results determine the kinds of research questions I would ask and how it is that I would follow up with these teachers. So let's take a look at just a snippet of the case study findings. So we're going to take a closer look at how consistent were teachers' observed uses of ICTs with their stated beliefs. And this was ascertained through direct classroom observations. So each teacher was observed teaching with technology at least 3 times. They were video recorded teaching with it. And I also utilized the quantitative checklist in ascertaining the pedagogic orientation that was dominant in terms of how they were using technology. The videos were sent to them. They were asked to view those video recordings and to select sections of the videos where they felt that their use of technology was effective, select sections of the videos where they felt that their use of technology was a representation of their beliefs about teaching. And so this was for me important because we wanted to explore in more details not just what I was seeing, but what it is that the teachers were seeing. How did the teachers view their own actions in the classroom? How would the teachers rationalize their decisions as they use technology? And then I also wanted to understand that inconsistency that was revealed from the quantitative phase in terms of teachers who had learner-centered beliefs, but yet their use of ICT was teacher-centered. So these were 2 of the questions that I'd want to take a closer look at. So what do we mean by teacher-centered and learner-centered? And so that is also a critical thing to ensure that we have some understanding of what it means to teach in teacher-centered versus learner-centered ways. What it means to have a belief about teaching that is undergirded by a teacher-centered view versus a learner-centered view. And the literature suggests that for persons who are predominantly teacher-centered in their thinking and beliefs and actions, they tend to be the dominant speakers, and there's very little opportunity for meaningful dialogue among the students. And students seldom initiate the dialogue with teachers and their peers, and they often speak only when responding to questions by the teacher. Students are often insufficiently challenged to achieve learning through any form of discovery methods. The focus oftentimes in a teacher-centered classroom is on rote learning, memorization of facts, and lower order thinking skills. Predominantly teacher-driven decisions are made in that classroom. And many of us would have been exposed to this kind of an experience, especially when we're in secondary school and primary school, where we had a teacher-driven classroom. Learner-centered teaching, on the other hand, reflects students receiving multiple opportunities to develop inquiry and research skills. The learning is focused on the development of higher order thinking skills, problem solving, critical thinking. Students are actively engaged in constructing their own understanding through collaboration and communication with their peers. The students have some amount of autonomy over the learning process, and they engage in authentic tasks that allow them to showcase their understanding and interpretation of knowledge. And so we have been on this journey for years of pushing teachers to become more learner-centered in their way of thinking and doing. And we have considered technology one of those ways that we can help to advance the teachers' methodologies and transformation to being more learner-centered. But is that really the case? Let us take a closer look at what was observed in these classrooms. And so we started out with semi-structured interviews. So I had interviews with each teacher, and they were asked to tell me more about their beliefs about teaching, what were the things that were important to them in terms of the role of students, the role of the teacher, how it is that they use technology. Because of course, belief is a construct that requires in-depth exploration. And so even though it was investigated in the quantitative phase through a series of items, it was also critical to gain a more in-depth understanding of what it is that the teachers had in mind when they spoke about these particular indicators. And one of the common themes that came out, regardless of the case classification for these teachers, all teachers believed in fostering thinking. And you notice they spoke about in their semi-structured interview the importance of forcing students to think, giving them things to figure out, the importance of posing questions to cause them to think. These were some of the ideas that were being expressed. They spoke about, their role being more of a facilitator. They are not interested in telling students things. They don't want to be the sage on the stage. They want to be the facilitator. They use these terminologies that would suggest that they understand what it means to be learner-centered and that they perceived themselves to be learner-centered. And they also spoke about, the importance of nonetheless being a content expert as well, right? And so these were some of those general views that the teachers held, guys. They had these kinds of beliefs about teaching and learning and what is their role and all of these things. And so in terms of these beliefs, how it is that they saw these beliefs in action relating to their use of technology, they focused predominantly on how it is that technology was beneficial to them in their classroom teaching. And so they focused more on the technical aspect, talking about the visual appeal that things like videos and PowerPoints brought to the lesson, that students are visual learners, and by bringing these videos and images, students are likely to remember. It enhances learning when you do a PowerPoint or a video. When the students are able to see the things, it becomes less abstract. It keeps the students in the lesson. It keeps them interested. They like to see the screen being touched. They believe that it brings the lesson alive. You get their attention, capture attention. So here you're seeing that for most teachers, their beliefs about the use of technology in the classroom focused predominantly on what is it that technology brings in terms of, the visual appeal and enhancing attention. Not so much about how it is that technology can facilitate a more learner-centered way of actually teaching the lessons. There were, however, a few teachers who spoke about ICT playing a more important role than just visual appeal and holding students' attention. And if you notice, there are just two teachers in this category. So these two teachers spoke about the importance of using technology to allow students to research, allow them to interact with the technology, using it for themselves, sending them to explore, giving them groups, putting them in groups to use technology for them to figure things out for themselves, and so allow them to discuss. And so these are some of the kinds of uses of technology that we all hope that our teachers will see as being important, especially now that many schools are fully online or most of our students are online. Thinking about how is it that we can use technology to facilitate research, discovery, creative thinking, collaboration, and communication. So these are the kinds of things that ideally we want to see happening in our classrooms. But if it is that teachers' thinking has not yet reached the point where they are seeing these kinds of roles and functions as being critical to how they use ICT, then it is an indication that we are facing a challenge. So what is it that came out of the cases and how it is that the teachers were using technology? So even though the interviews and the reported survey, teachers spoke a lot about these wonderful learner-centered uses of technology and learner-centered thinking about technology. When I observed these teachers, what was found was that the teachers' use of technology, even from the learner-centered case, and remember, these teachers were selected as part of the learner-centered case because of how the kinds of answers they selected in the quantitative phase, where they selected that they use technology in particular ways that would indicate a more learner-centered use. They indicated on the scale that dealt with their beliefs more learner-centered views, and so they were considered a part of the learner-centered case. When they were observed in the classroom and the instrument was applied to those video observations, what was found was that the teachers' use, even these two teachers from the learner-centered case, their use was highly teacher-centered. The dominant teaching styles we saw were the expert teaching style and the personal model teaching style, where the students observed things that were placed on the board, listened to teacher explanations, read what was projected, and used technology only to access exam papers. And the teacher again took charge of the classroom. A similar thing would happen in the other teacher's class, in Claudette's class, where predominantly she would do demonstrations and then tell the students to use the computer to do the very same thing. And of course, if all it is that you use technology to do is to mimic somebody else's behaviors, then it is not truly as learner-centered as we would want it to be. So already I was seeing a sort of inconsistency emerging from just the observation data. For the teacher-centered case, again, the dominant use for two of the three teachers was the same formal authority teaching style, but one of these teachers actually used technology in more learner-centered ways. And this is why I love mixed methods research, because it gives you that opportunity to gain a more in-depth understanding. Had I relied solely on the quantitative data from phase one, I would not get to ascertain in a more deeper sense how exactly it is that teachers actually use technology and do this kind of cross-validation of what it is that was happening. And so after the teachers were given their videos and asked to watch their lessons and to tell me, okay, what sections, select those sections of the videos that they felt reflected their beliefs about teaching, select those sections of the videos where they felt that their use of technology was very effective. What was found was that almost all the teachers, when they watched their videos, and in that conversation, they described their use of technology as student-centered, and their explanation aligned with those views they had about the features of technology in terms of holding students' attention and holding students' interest. So for example, Rosalind.
Hi, excuse me.
I'm sorry. Hello? Hello?
Hi, excuse me, Dr. Brown.
Yes.
We're just about running out of time, so we can ask you just to quickly wrap up with a
Yes,
few
that's where I
closing
was. Thank you.
closing remarks. Thanks.
Yes. So you'd recognize, guys, that all the teachers felt their views were actually student-centered. And what that says to us is that teachers oftentimes have a misconception of what it means to actually use technology in student-centered ways. And so it is going to be critical that we have professional development that focus on helping teachers to assess their own understanding of their beliefs that undergird their actions. And the professional development will need to help the teachers again to assess and confront the inconsistencies between their espoused and ingrained beliefs. And more studies that employ the use of mixed methods research in designing and integrating both self-report and observational data are urgently needed if we are to advance our understanding of how teachers' beliefs shape their actions. So guys, this is just to share a little of what I have been doing, and thank you so much for listening.
We thank you, Dr. Brown, for your very informative and insightful presentation. Certainly, East is meeting West here at the University of the Southern Caribbean, where, again, we thank Dr. Brown, who is joining us all the way in Jamaica, and we thank Dr. Gaikwad, who has joined us all the way from the Philippines. We have a limited time for questions, but I would just like to pose quickly to Dr. Brown as she has just finished. There's a question here with regards to, in terms of the teaching-centered classroom, do you think it has had an overall negative impact on learning as opposed to a learner-centered approach? So if you can quickly deal with that question. Thank you.
I do believe that both teacher-centered and learner-centered classrooms or approaches have their place. So we're not going to throw teacher-centered entirely with the, baby with the bathwater. But what we're saying is that there are ways in which we can begin to transform, allow the students, if we are talking about critical thinking and collaboration and communication being important in the 21st century, then yes, we need to emphasize that more. But it is not to say that there aren't ways in which teacher-centered approaches can be integrated with learner-centered ones.
Thank you so much. And your presentation actually highlights the use of, in part, qualitative research. And again, on the online forum. But Dr. Gaikwad, who's here with us as well, has elaborated quite wonderfully the future of qualitative research. And just to quickly point out for us, Dr. Gaikwad, if you can, you pointed out about the ethical challenges that could be present with regard to online observation and use of collecting online qualitative data. Can you suggest how this can be dealt with going forward?
Yes, it's always better to be over careful than being inattentive. It's just like the rule of the game of crossing the road is when the green light comes, the car can go ahead. But in case if random pedestrian walks, you don't just go ahead and, hit the person, right? All right, so you have to still be watchful of the humans. So this is the same idea that researchers have to take into consideration. Always, if it is online interview, okay, get informed consent form, and if you have to, it has to be iterative, get process informed consent form. This is when we have to tell again and again, yes, consent again to do the next bit of the collection of data. So there's more work in terms of ethical procedures when we are doing online ways of collecting data, and you have to be very careful, especially the public domain. When you take, if it's available, it can't just be used as we wish. We need to still ask the members of the public domain, the participants, for permission. It's much better that way. I don't know what happened. I cannot hear.
So once more, I'd like to thank Dr. Gaikwad as well as Dr. Brown for the insightful presentation and staying with us to answer these questions as we bring this session to a close. Thank you all so very much.
Imagine a community of people from all over the world working towards bettering themselves and those around them. A community grounded in faith and morals, positivity, and love. This is what you discover when you drive through the Maracas Valley and find our main campus hidden in the mountains or any of our 5 satellite sites spread throughout the region. From our intimate classroom settings where first-rate teachers offer a unique and caring learning experience, utilizing modern and progressive teaching styles and technology to hands-on developmental programs that accompany these courses. Real-world experience abounds through our simulation labs, practicum, and internship programs. Not only do we lead in the depth of quality of our programs, but we also bring value to the region. Such is the case with our occupational therapy program. This master's program just happens to be the only one in the English-speaking Caribbean. This particular program continues to develop exponentially as we recently revamped our simulation training lab alongside the Digicel Foundation as we continue to grow in our capacity to really prepare our budding practitioners to really impact lives. The Department of Music continues to ring out among the masses as it grows and matures into one of the region's most engaging and comprehensive programs. The department continually offers students the opportunity to develop their craft, often on behalf of worthy causes, with regular tours both nationally and internationally, competitions, and impactful programs. There's always something to do in the music department. Our nurses continue to be in high demand, and with the highest pass rate in the region, we're not surprised. As we grow and develop hands-on training between classes, advanced labs, and simulation environments, this program continues to be one of the most competitive around. At USC, we love to celebrate the diversity of our community, and the true width of flavor is seen at our annual International Students Week. Here, each territory joins together to showcase their individual countries as a cultural village, much like the global village we're all part of. These activities display the real beauty that our campus holds as a vibrant and diverse collective. With robust online and face-to-face platforms, we continue to serve students through adversity and challenging times, integrating the values of quality and holistic education. With God on our side, we look forward to many more years of service to the world, grooming and developing men and women of all ages to take up the mantle and carry us all beyond excellence.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome again to the second session of Day 2 of the USC Virtual Research Day 2021. I am Ronnie Roberts, Graduate Program Coordinator in the School of Graduate Studies and Research, and I am your moderator for this session. During the session, we will have 5 papers that will be presented by researchers from around the world as well as locally. The first paper has 4 co-authors, and then we have a mix of co-authors and single presenters. And so in this order, this is how the presenters will come as they present their research to us. Dr. Sri Prabha Mohan is from the Department of Prosthodontics, Amrita School of Dentistry. Along with her as a co-author is Dr. Venkita Chalam Ramanarayan Anand, as well as Priya Yanka Singhal, as well as Dr. Elizabeth Madathil. Our presenter for this particular session, for this particular paper, is Dr. Mohan, and I want to just kind of bring you up to date as to Dr. Mohan, a little bit more about Dr. Mohan. She graduated from Pondicherry University with a master as well in dental surgery in prosthodontics from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. She joined the Department of Prosthodontics and Implantation at Amrita School of Dentistry in November 2014. Her specific areas of interest are implantology, full mouth rehabilitations, dental material research, maxillofacial prosthodontics, and student enhancement research. Dr. Mohan is passionate about teaching prosthodontics to undergraduate and postgraduate students. She's actively involved in academic and clinical activities of the dental school. Our second paper is co-authored by Pastor Marvin Smith and Dr. Deidrean Seeley. Pastor Marvin Smith is an educational psychology major. Dr. Deidrean Seeley is the dean, of the School of Graduate Studies and Research here at the University of the Southern Caribbean. Let me tell you a bit about the presenter, who is Pastor Marvin Othniel Smith. He's an ordained minister, a theologian, who has a Bachelor in Theology degree. He was a former biology major and is currently completing his Master's in Educational Psychology here at USC. He's employed with the Guyana Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, where he's serving as Director of the Youth Chaplaincy and Public Campus Ministry Department. Marvin is married to the super supportive, he says, Elodie Cade Smith, a talented artist who currently lectures at the University of Guyana. Both are proud parents of two wonderful children, Eden and Jared. Pastor Smith is passionate and has a deep desire to be a positive catalyst for change, and which serves as his fuel for his dynamism as an evangelist, motivational leader, and speaker. His confidence is powered by Philippians 1:6, being confident of this very thing, that he which had begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. His presentation will be Autonomy, an antidote for COVID-19 learning loss among secondary students in Georgetown, Guyana. Presenting the third paper is Dr. Run Sukram. Dr. Run Sukram is the academic director at the Arthur Lockjack Global School of Business, the University of the West Indies. Dr. Sukran also serves as the school's resident consultant on corporate governance-related projects. He served as a member of the steering committee for the Energy Chambers Improving Corporation Governance in Trinidad and Tobago project in collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank, and has facilitated general and customized corporate governance workshop for member companies of the Energy Chamber. He is currently a board member of the Caribbean Corporate Governance Institute and a former member of the National Mirror Committee on Governance, established by the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards. In addition, Dr. Sukram has published articles and book chapters on corporate governance and successfully launched the Lockjack Global School of Business annual corporate governance disclosure rankings among listed companies of Trinidad and Tobago in 2018. And so we move on to our fourth presenters in this instance. Our fourth paper is presented by wonderful Zeki, as well as Sankobi Shorai Chauluka. these individuals, and let me start off with Mr. Zeki Zeki. He is a Master of Technician and Vocational Education teacher at the Chiri Secondary School in Malawi. He is a technical subject and mathematics teacher. His interests include research, curriculum development, technical and vocational training provision. Ms. Chuluka has an MBA and is the University Registrar at Malawi Adventist University. Her research interests lie in business management with a bias in project management, strategic marketing, and financial management. She continues to teach management and marketing courses in the business department. Their presentation is entitled Emergency Remote Teaching and Learning in Developing Countries, Secondary Schools During the COVID-19 Pandemic. And last but not least, our fifth and final presentation is from 5 students in the Masters of Counseling Psychology program here at the University of the Southern Caribbean. And they are as follows. Shiva Hossain, who has a Bachelor of Science degree as well as MBA. She is a regional market research analyst who has a special interest in understanding human behavior. She aspires to educate, promote, and provide helpful information to all persons in cultivating mental health. Marius Alfred. He has a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and has a dream to be a catalyst for change, helping to erode societal stigmas regarding mental health services. Nizeli Charles has earned a Bachelor of Science in Social Work and desires to establish a counseling facility for families and children. Kezia Lois is a Bachelor of Science holder in International Tourism Management and is a business owner of Christian Collections Trinidad and Tobago. With a passion for people and service, her aim is to teach, build, and help our youth of today live better lives holistically for a better tomorrow. And last of these set of students is Shireen McFarlane Marshall. She is a social worker and holds a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Social Work. She's passionate about children's rights and child advocacy. Her aim is to create holistic change in the well-being of children and by extension, the adults they will one day become. Their presentation, their research is entitled The Mental Health Impact of COVID-19 on Frontline Workers. And so with that, I want you to let you know that these research presentations are pre-recorded. And so you are encouraged to place your questions in the question and answer box. We would have, as long as time would permit, 10 minutes thereafter the presentations. And so with that, I want to, Dr. Mohan will lead the first presentation for this session. And so I will see you in a few minutes.
I bring greetings from Amrita School of Dentistry, Kerala, India. I'm here to present a study that is a survey among dentist students on fear, anxiety, and coping mechanism during the COVID-19 pandemic. Since its first detection, COVID-19 has become a major health problem around the world, and the global outbreak was declared as a pandemic by World Health Organization on March 11, 2020. The gravity of COVID-19 pandemic had led governments and institutions to take draconian measures with regards to the ongoing education. Stringent measures were imposed to prevent spread of coronavirus, like lockdown, home isolation measures, social distancing, closure of schools and universities. In the education sector, there has been a shift in the existing education system to e-learning or distant learning system. Medical and dental educations were the worst hit among the various sectors, mainly because it relies on clinical training. One of the biggest challenges with the virtual teaching has been to stop direct patient care, which is a key component of the dental curriculum. No virtual sessions can be equivalent to close experience with the patients. A change in pattern of teaching, disruption of clinical experience for dental students, uncertainty about future coupled with the risk of contracting disease has increased the amount of fear and anxiety among the dental students. So we did a survey with the objective to assess fear, anxiety, coping mechanism among the dental UG and PG students in a dental school in India during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the methodology, coming to the methodology, the study design was a cross-sectional questionnaire-based online study, which was done with the help of Google Forms. The study setting was dental school in India. The study population included undergraduates and postgraduate students who were invited to answer the online questionnaire. The study tool consisted of 38-item validated questionnaire adapted from a previous study by Corbin V. et al., consisting of 4 sections. The first section gave us the demographic details. The second session had questions on fear. The third session had questions on anxiety. And the fourth section helped us in assessing the coping mechanism during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was a census type study wherein 350 students were invited to respond for the questionnaire. A descriptive statistics was expressed as mean and standard deviation for continuous variables and frequency and percentage for categorical variables. Coming to the results, when we look at the first section, that is the demographics, the online survey was sent to 350 students in the dental school, of which 251 students participated in the study. The response rate was 71.7%, and majority of the participants were females, with the mean age of participants being 22.07 plus or minus 2.54. I'll be highlighting only the few significant findings in our study in the following slides. So when you look at the fear scores, the amount of fear assessed among the students were found to be low to moderate. It was observed that majority of the students disagreed that the sleep was disturbed, worrying about the coronavirus. Most of the students gave a neutral and positive response on fear due to COVID-19 and by watching TV or reading stories on social media. Like fear, anxiety level was also found to be low. For example, it was noticed from the response on questions on anxiety that majority of the patients never or occasionally freaked out on the idea of COVID-19. However, majority of the participants were worried about themselves and their close ones regarding the spread of COVID-19. It was also observed that the students in large number avoided social gatherings. When the questions about perceived mental health care needs majority was assessed, it was noted that majority of the participants agreed to the necessity of professional mental health care help during the pandemic period to the affected and non-affected population. The student, when we looked at the coping mechanism, the students showed good coping mechanism during the pandemic by spending more time with family, increased use of social media, or by trying to learn something new. When the aggregate scores of fear and coping mechanism was assessed, it was observed that the students had low to moderate fear with mean score of 18.3 plus or minus 5.1 and had a good coping mechanism with a mean score of 35.3 plus or minus 4.3. Coming to the discussion, the mean score of fear in the present study was low to moderate, whereas a similar study by Corbin V. et al. Showed a mean fear score of which was low. With time, the probable reason would be with time the students are more aware of the situations and are abiding by the protocol put forward to them. So like fear, anxiety towards COVID-19 among dental students was also found to be low, while the coping score was high, showing a positive relation. Although the fear and anxiety score were found to be low, but the students are still stressed and feel that their clinical education has been affected. But it has not stopped the students from getting attuned with the major changes like the online mode of lectures and examinations. So few of the suggestions that we would like to put forth are prevention of anxiety and fear among dental students through counseling and creating a supportive learning environment should be considered. In addition, dental schools should adequately prepare to face outbreaks of COVID-19 and other emerging infectious diseases with the latest update information about the modes of infection and preventive measures. Dental school clinics should be well equipped to adapt to the new biosafety reality of the post-pandemic period. So the conclusions that we draw from the study are: the mean score of fear in the present study was low to moderate. The anxiety towards COVID-19 among dental students was found to be low. The students have developed positive coping mechanism to overcome the fear and anxiety. Few students suggested the need of professional mental health care. These are my references. Thank you.
Education in transition, moving beyond a pandemic response. Allow me to commend Dr. Seeley, Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, as well as the USC Research Committee and the USC Research Coordinators, Research Day Coordinators, for putting together such an enlightening and inspiring event. I trust that my presentation will contribute to the solution as we seek to mitigate the many challenges we now face in the field of education and learning in general, in light of the COVID-19 limitations we now face. The presentation today is an extract from my thesis, which is based on research findings derived from among high schools in Georgetown, Guyana. The COVID-19 climate we now face came upon us like a sudden raging storm. The rushed transition to virtual classrooms is resulting in much learning loss and even student disengagement. The term learning loss, as we go forward, refers to any specific or general loss of knowledge and skills, or to reversals in academic progress, most commonly due to extended gaps or discontinuities in a student's educational and academic path. A 2020 research done by Ziccolati among 567 Portuguese and Italian students found a decrease in student academic motivation during the lockdown period as perceived by parents. Because of the nature of this threat to learning by the pandemic climate, there is a natural need to give study to student motivation and the implications it may have on learning in general. So as we look at autonomy and the COVID-19 challenge to learning, allow me to share that autonomy, as defined by the self-determination theory, is related to but not the same as independence. Acting autonomously does not require acting independent of external input, but rather wholeheartedly endorsing one's actions. An autonomous act may be in the best interests of an individual. It may be in the best interests of a group. It may even seem to be self-sacrificing or the product of groupthink, as long as the act honestly reflects the values of the individuals. It is an autonomous act. It is a volitional kind of act. So it is important to understand student autonomy and the impact it may have on learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. The research, of course, helped us to understand the relationship between the degree of autonomy possessed by high school students in Georgetown, Guyana, and the type of school they attend. In Guyana, schools are listed from government to D. So it's government A, B, C, and D. The government and A schools are the top performing schools. The C and D schools are the schools with weak performance. Now, the research helped us to determine trends and differences in motivation that may exist among students from these schools. The two leading research questions I present today: one, is there a relationship between the autonomy of students and the type of school they are attending? Two, what is the association between students' autonomy and their school's performance? Now, to capture this information, academic autonomous motivation was measured using the Academic Self-Regulation Questionnaire Standard Edition, known as the SRQA, developed by Ryan and Connell in 1989. This instrument is tailored for students from primary to middle school, or primary to the middle part of secondary school. And so a total of 400 students, an average of 50 from 8 secondary schools in Georgetown, were randomly selected to complete this academic self-regulation questionnaire. Now, this demographic chart presented here, you will see the gender, ethnicity, family type, and religion of students. Here we see a relatively equal distribution of males and females. Most of the students were of African descent. A greater percentage, just about 47.9%, are from nuclear families, while the greater part of the remaining percentages are from single parent and extended families. Most of the students, 76.8%, identified with Christianity. Now, a comparative analysis of the students' relative autonomy index. Now, for each student, their scores were calibrated to extract what is referred to as the RAI, or the relative autonomy index, which will show whether the student is externally or internally regulated. This was completed using a Sparrow-Monroe correlation and, of course, the chi-square test. As you can see here, an anatomic relationship between the school and the student's degree of autonomy was identified. Here, our score is above the 0.01 level, and this being two-tailed, it shows us that monatomic relationship, but the nature of it we will see a little later on in a few other charts. The chi-square test as well indicated a strong correlation. Here we see what we refer to as a monatomic or a linear association between the scores. But our bar chart gives a clearer description of the linear relationship between autonomy and the type of school. So our high-performing schools versus our low-performing schools. The blue bar deals with external regulation. The green, interjected regulation. And then, of course, the yellow, it's the intrinsic motivation. Purple, identified regulation. And the neutral bar speaks to A motivation, those who cannot be pushed or pulled externally or internally. Now, what we're seeing here in Guyana, the high-performing schools, the bar is showing that external regulation is more prominent among students in high-performing school. And in low-performing schools, there's a great decrease as we move across the low-performing schools. The yellow bar is our autonomy indicator. And as you will see, autonomy is not so popular among students in high-performing schools. It climbs a little when we get to the C and D schools. We actually see some more percentages of autonomy there in the lower end. than we see in the high-performing schools. Now, autonomy among students was not associated, as we summarize our findings, it was not associated with high-performing schools. The majority of students attending high-performing schools in Georgetown are externally regulated. These findings are contrary to research which suggests that students from top-performing schools are usually the ones who are self-willed and self-motivated, according to Foyer 2014. But here we are seeing from our findings that the contrary is our reality, where our top schools here are dominated with students that are externally regulated. Now these outcomes may have significant implications on the new COVID-19 academic culture, as students are now required to complete large volumes of work without the usual external influence of the teacher and classroom environment. This means that there may be a decline in academic performance among high school students in virtual classrooms, since external motivation has been a major influence on their positive performance and outcomes. Now, success in high schools of Georgetown, Guyana, is more associated with external motivation than it is with autonomy. The lack of autonomy, therefore, may be a major reason behind the learning loss experienced in virtual classrooms. So that as our students are pulled away from the external press, we can expect a high level of disengagement. And it's for this reason I want to posit a very strong recommendation. I here recommend, it's therefore recommended that teachers and institutions seek to foster learning environments that will promote and cultivate autonomous learning. There should be a high push and high focus on autonomous learning. And this can be done by providing students with opportunities of choice, options, and meaningful rationales that are important in order for students to internalize the regulation of the behavior. Now, developing autonomy in students, while it may not be the ultimate solution, it will help to mitigate the learning loss challenge we are now facing in classrooms around the globe during this pandemic climate. For this reason, I passionately and poignantly postulate that autonomy should be the antidote for learning loss during our pandemic climate. Educators, I hereby suggest, need to employ autonomy supportive strategies. All educators, teachers, here guidance officers, school counselors can seek to formulate a curriculum that is autonomy supportive, especially in Guyana and the Caribbean, where students are externally regulated. And I believe that this kind of autonomy supportive strategy will mitigate learning loss being experienced in virtual classrooms. Autonomy as an antidote for the COVID-19 learning loss experience. Thank you for listening. I trust that these findings and the discussion would have stimulated some thought, and I encourage you to follow up research and let us see how we can collaborate to find solutions in the face of the many challenges that are before us. God bless you.
Implications for the management of Caribbean tertiary institutions beyond COVID-19. Insights from the UWI Arthur Locke Drake Global School of Business, presented by Ron Sukram. The aim of my presentation is simply to provide what I consider to be possible valuable insights that may help executives and senior administrators in building resilient institutions beyond COVID. I use a case study approach, which is using the case of the Arthur Lockjack School of Business to inform my presentation. Now, prior to the onset of COVID-19 in 2020, and then specifically in Trinidad's context, in March 2020, 3 or 5 years before that, let's say since 2015, we would have witnessed and we would have been able to track the trends that became key issues that were very much prevalent in the tertiary academic industry. This will be the rise in tuition costs across institutions, which led to the introduction of payment plans in some institutions, having, of course, associated with it cash flow implications. With the increase in tuition costs, you had the increase of student debt, because students trying to find alternative sources of financing and mainly borrowing monies to meet those tuition costs. Yet, you had a decline across a number of programs in student enrollment, particularly at the postgraduate level. And then there's variations in the way in which governments would have supported institutions or their citizens across the region, but increasingly the trend became governments were funding less and less tertiary education. Yet, as a response in a way to try to meet their revenue targets and needs, institutions introduced several programs to attract more students. But within the introduction of such programs, you had the complement staff of full-time faculty and administrators also increasing, as well as if there is need to increase infrastructural support, be it in technology or physical classrooms, as an associated cost also increase in that aspect. You also had increasing competition from foreign institutions offering their programs here via the online modality or in partnership with local partners in a brokerage type kind of arrangement, adding to the mix of challenges building up to 2020. In the pandemic context, these issues or challenges remain, but what would have happened is that COVID-19 would have served as a catalyst in demonstrating how severe these challenges impacted institutions. So budgetary pressures were amplified by the coronavirus pandemic. Coupled with these issues that I have identified, you saw institutions facing the reality of closure. In Trinidad and Tobago's context, you had also the shift in the GATE policy in late 2020 as it relates to postgraduate programs, adding another, I would say, constraint in the market for tertiary institutions, and generally culminating to institutions asking the question, and certainly we did at the Lockjack GSB, that whether the traditional business model of colleges and universities is broken or is relevant, because we are seeing so many institutions being unable to generate sufficient revenue to cover their costs. And in our case, we are self-financing. We have no state subvention. So therefore, we were able to witness this reality at a very close seat. So how did we respond? Obviously, we had to take a very concerted and objective effort to do a deep dive assessment of the status of the institution. As a result, it led us to truly doing a re-engineering and rationalization of our program and our program portfolio, significantly reducing our program offerings, but redesigning our offerings in such a way that it will create greater synergies across programs, leading to greater cost efficiency, and as a result, reduction in tuition and making it more affordable, hopefully, for our potential students. This will allow us to be a little bit more competitive than we were previously. We had used the leveraging of technology to facilitate work among staff and the delivery of our programs, which generally enhance staff and institutional performance, efficiency, quality and the long-term cost savings that are associated with the leveraging of technology. And eventually, we had no choice but to conduct a reorganization of our operations, leading to a restructuring of the institution. But that transformation had been done understanding the implications of COVID and what the new normal may be, given these particular situations, issues that I have identified. So we have tried to reorganize the organization in such a way that it is very lean, but suitable and aligned to the context of the new normal. So hopefully our aim is not just to survive the COVID, but beyond, these changes based on our model will help us to be much more better in a position to be viable. So the long-term implications in the last minute I have for managers and executives of institutions and therefore my peers is that there is no doubt that an increased use of technology for your staff, faculty, and student support will be required. It is convenient and there is long-term impactful once you manage it well. The online or the blended approach to teaching and learning will remain a reality, increasingly so in the future, and that will have to be maintained. But with the use of technology and designing your programs in a blended format or to have virtual options will increase your market scope. In other words, your reach could be much wider than the local jurisdiction in which you serve, and people do not have to physically travel to your campus to take classes. So that may help enhance enrollment. Also, there's a greater value of inclusion and access and equity for education in this model. Your program design and portfolio mix will be important because you have to look at it from the perspective of how your program offering and the way they are designed can enhance affordability to students, but can reduce your operational costs and hence revenue generation chances as a result. And of course, on the bottom line, you have to continue to constantly keep reviewing and innovating your business model to ensure that you are sustainable. So thank you, and I look forward for questions which will allow us the opportunity to go more into detail and of course offer maybe more in-depth insight on these points. Thank you so much.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zanko Bishorai Chauluka, and I will be presenting on images of remote teaching and learning in developing countries' secondary schools during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is a case of Malawi. And this is a presentation on the 15th USC Visual Research Day under the theme, Education in Transition, Moving Beyond a Pandemic Response. The outline of the presentation is as follows: background and literature on images remote teaching, theoretical issues, research questions followed by methodology used, discussion, and then findings and conclusion. The background and literature on images remote teaching is basically based on the fact that we have been hit by a pandemic, the COVID-19, and we still have to continue with the learning. And this has actually brought in the issue of emergency remote teaching. We are falling on the digital technology that will actually enable us to communicate, collaborate, as well as proceed with the learning process. Challenges are there, and the major challenge is to actually keep the learners on their toes during this pandemic. And the question that still remains is how effective are the emergency remote teaching methods that are being used. The research aimed at exploring the possible effective emergency remote teaching and learning methodologies during the COVID-19 pandemic in Malawi and was based on the following questions: which methods are being used, how effective are the methods used, and are there possible methods other than the ones that are being used to be employed. Moving on to the discussion, methods being used and their effectiveness. The study found out that there are a number of methods being used, the first one being the printed instructional materials. These are available and have been developed for self-study, hence they are easy to use. However, they are not readily available due to low production capacity. The next method being used are educational radio programs. They have been developed to cater for learning and knowledge development and can be easily accessed by the learners. Nevertheless, they are only aired in just 2 major radio stations. This makes it hard for those learners in areas where the coverage is poor. Nonetheless, this method does not cater for experiments and practical aspects of the curriculum. Moving on to other possible methods. Yes, there are other methods which can be used. The first one being usage of the Ministry of Education website. This website is meant to be used as a source of information which could be accessed by all schools. But this also requires technological skills, internet skills, proper IT equipment, and internet connectivity. There is also a chance that secondary schools could use applications just like the primary school curriculum does. However, they require the learners to at least have access to either a computer or a smartphone, which is not realistic in a Malawian setting. Findings. The study found out that peer discussions is the most effective method, which is the printed instructional materials. These are shared among students, and once each one of them has the materials, then they move on into discussions. It was also discovered that that's the audio instructional materials is second effective. So we are looking at either pre-recorded materials that have been done by the teachers sent to the students, or the radio programs that are there available to the student. However, low capacity in the production of instructional materials is actually impending on the distribution or the accessibility of these. Implication and the recommendation. The implication of this is that the excellence of the secondary school in education in Malawi is compromised. That secondary school graduates are not prepared for tertiary education. A lot of repeats are available, which will actually affect the output of secondary schools into the tertiary education. There are a lot of dropouts. Recommendation: the study recommends that secondary schools should make use of all available emergency remote teaching methods in reinforcing learning and knowledge acquisition. The Ministry of Education should make sure that the much needed resources are available to ease the pressure in printing and recording of instructional materials. In conclusion, therefore, we are saying the education system in Malawi does not have the necessary capacity for effective remote teaching and learning. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, and welcome to our presentation on the mental health impact of COVID-19 on frontline workers. My name is Shireen McFarlane Marshall, and my colleagues are Marius Alfred, Shivana Hossain, Kezia Lewis, and Nazeli Charles. In the year 2020, the world was hit by a pandemic known as the novel coronavirus disease, also known as COVID-19. Our study focuses on the mental health impact of COVID-19 on frontline workers, seeking to determine the psychological impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on frontline workers, the relationship between COVID-19 related variables and mental health issues faced by frontline workers, as well as steps that were taken by frontline workers to cope with these challenges.
Methodology. This research was conducted using stratified convenience sampling, collecting both qualitative and quantitative data. A questionnaire comprising of 22 questions with 5 open-ended questions and 17 closed-ended questions was distributed using Google Forms, which ensured a timely response rate. The questionnaire was answered by 63 persons, 46 of which were females and 54% males. The respondents were mostly aged between 35 and 44 years old.
Now onto our findings. Of the 63 respondents, when asked to describe their current mental health condition, 50% of the respondents mentioned that their mental health was in a good condition. However, when later asked to describe their level of concern for contracted COVID-19, the results showed that 54% of the respondents were indeed concerned about contracted COVID-19. Based on these results, it was revealed that respondents who initially expressed that their mental health was in a good condition also indicated a great concern for contracted COVID-19. Therefore, it is worth exploring the nature and extent to which this concern affects their mental health, as well as respondents' awareness of the degree to which their concern for contracted COVID-19 impacted them. This may also reflect on resiliency and the ability to adapt to the global environment. According to our data collected, most persons felt that they were mostly impacted by COVID-19 socially. Interestingly, however, it was noted that several of the respondents who experienced an impact on their emotional state simultaneously experienced a negative psychological impact.
When we compared reported problems across professions, we noticed significant differences. First, respondents in national security were the most likely to report mental health challenges, and they were twice as likely to report insomnia. On the other hand, behavioral health providers were by far the most likely to report feelings of anger or irritability, helplessness or hopelessness, and concentration problems. It's fairly self-explanatory the kinds of issues that could arise from several police officers who were sleep-deprived, or if there was a large swathe of the mental health providers who felt hopeless or helpless. On another note, respondents who reported that they were most significantly affected by physical changes like weight gain or financial changes were the most likely to report negative mental health condition. When it comes to coping techniques, however, we were pretty surprised to find that respondents who stated that they had attempted coping techniques reported worse mental health conditions than those who said that they tried nothing at all. So, because of all the possible explanations for this dynamic, this would be a pretty interesting topic for further examination.
In conclusion, notwithstanding that participants reported general good psychological health, there were noteworthy differences in responses between respondents in different occupations. Some stresses that were brought on by the pandemic played a more significant role in respondents' psychological health. Social life was found to be most commonly affected by the pandemic. There were disparities found between respondents who reported emotional health and attempted coping strategies. Although all respondents had access to the Employee Assistance Program and other counseling services, 97% of persons did not utilize this type of assistance. Findings demonstrate that there is need for further research on the mental health impact of COVID-19 on frontline workers, as well as special interventions to promote mental health care, psychological support, and/or interventions. Thank you.
Well, we want to thank all the presenters and the researchers for their presentation at this second session. I was trying to determine if we had any questions in the chat box. However, in the question and answer box, but I have not seen any. However, I do have a couple questions based on what I was able to hear while the presentations were going on. And so in this instance, I want to direct this question to Dr. Mohan. And Dr. Mohan's study was a survey among dental students on fear, anxiety, and coping mechanisms during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so to Dr. Mohan, is there a single coping mechanism that was most important? Or is there a combination? And I do have one other question when you're through responding to this question.
So can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear. There was a problem with my internet.
Oh, is there a single coping mechanism that was most important for the students?
Some of them had this idea of learning something new. Some of them had coping mechanism through using social media. And some of them had a coping mechanism wherein they started taking care of their health.
Okay, I want to move on to ask, and thank you very much for that, Dr. Mohan. I want to move on to ask Pastor Smith. Thank you again for your presentation. Dealing with autonomy. And so in your findings, you indicated that there was increased autonomy among students that was not associated with high-performing schools. The results indicate that the majority of students attending the high-performing schools in Georgetown are externally regulated. Oh, he's not? Okay. Apparently, Pastor Smith is not in the room to respond to the question that I was posing, so we will move on. I just have one more question, and that is to Dr. Sukram. I was not able to grasp as much as I wanted to from this particular presentation, but I was wondering if, for Dr. Sukram, there was a most significant factor that influenced the outcomes at the UE. And another question is, would one of the strategies perhaps going forward post-COVID involve some sort of inter-institutional collaboration, given that we are, as it were, universities would be, and tertiary level institution, I should say, would be still within that competitive environment?
Hi, morning. I think we always have to search for the opportunities where there are synergies and possibly the opportunity to collaborate as it relates to cost sharing or even the provision of services across programs and expertise. And that's a relatively new concept in this part of the world where, it is not as closely connected as we should within the tertiary sector. But there are models out there where we can find that collaborative, I would say, opportunity where we can see returns on investments that are actually financially profitable. So yes, there are opportunities existing for that kind of arrangement.
Is there some way, let me just as a follow-up question, is there some way in which, given that the tertiary level institution that exists within, say, Trinidad and Tobago here, would be facing an external environment beyond this particular country and economy, is there something that the government can do in terms of somehow or the other assisting all of the tertiary level institutions to have, as it were, a collective strategy going forward and hence benefit the economy on a whole? I know that's perhaps a question that is a little bit beyond the research.
It's very loaded and very complex, but I think it has to be clear in understanding what skill sets and competencies and so on that is required for development across the region and in context of Trinidad. That will maybe clarify where the energies and resources should be invested in the institutions, and therefore that kind of coordinated policy level will then maybe be pattern where the government can prioritize what can be funded to enable development from that perspective.
Well, thank you very much for your response, Dr. Sookram. I just have one last question, and that really is for the students from the Masters in Counseling Psychology program. I was, again, trying to follow as closely as I could the presentation. Notwithstanding, I would like you to reiterate what is one of your major findings and how do you explain, as it were, that major finding in regards to your research, the mental health impact of COVID on frontline workers? Do we have the students in the room?
Good morning, Dr. Roberts. This is Marius Alfred here, one of the presenters.
Hi. Yes.
So one of the most significant findings from our study was the disparity in the mental health conditions among respondents from various professions. So, for example, the police officers, they reported abnormally high levels of insomnia. And on the other hand, people who were like mental health providers, they reported very high levels of anxiety and symptoms of depression, because we did use the symptomatic breakdown from the DSM in order to assess the mental health conditions of the respondents. So that was quite striking because, like I said, if we have a very high percentage, like a swathe of the police force who are not sleeping, it's easy to imagine how that would affect their performance, along with mental health providers who were depressed or anxious all the time. That could certainly have a large impact on how they were to interact with the people that they worked with.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that response. I just want to extend it just slightly. So you have done this research, and I expect that somewhere along the line, hopefully it's going to be in a publishable form, if not now, sometime in the near future. But I perhaps want to ask the question from a researcher's perspective as to how you might consider extending this research further, beyond the pandemic, so to speak.
Okay, well, we have certainly stayed in touch with a lot of the organizations that we initially worked with. So, for example, I actually had a meeting with some of the police officers who had cooperated with us, and they indicated a lot of great interest in working with us in the future, because when I shared some of the findings with them, they said that they would be implementing certain strategies in order to ensure that their officers would be getting the kind of rest and mental health care that they need in order to function effectively. So going forward, we would be essentially just extending our research in order to just broaden the scope of it. So all the more firefighters, more police officers, more doctors, because obviously the numbers that we got, they gave us a good idea of what was going on, but we want a broader picture.
Well, thank you very much for that response, Mr. Alfred.
Of course. Thank you so much for your time.
Let me say congratulations on all of the researchers, the USC researchers, as well as all of the other research presenters today. We are truly grateful for your presence and for your participation. Perhaps post-pandemic, we will see you in another forum, probably a little bit closer, as it were, if that is even possible, given that some of you are geographically dislocated. Well, we can probably get on a plane by then. And so again, I want to thank all of you for participating in this year's USC Virtual Research Day 2021. Coming up next is our third session for today. As you prepare to listen and participate, we will take a 5-minute break and then we reconvene. But that would have been at 10:20, but notwithstanding, we will take a 5-minute break before we begin our third session. Thank you again.
The Food Science course is a first-year course that introduces students to the science of food in relation to chemical composition, nutritional value, safety, and regulation. This semester, each student had to produce a food product made from local and seasonal fruits or vegetables. This semester, I decided to do cassava granola. In this project, cassava is the main ingredient. Cassava farine was produced. And as we know, cassava is a root tuber crop, or as we will say, a root tuber vegetable. According to the FAO, cassava is now the second biggest source of starch after maize. Only about 14% of the world's cassava is grown in Latin America and the Caribbean. The production of cassava in the Caribbean is quite low and small scale. However, the crop is of primary importance for the food security of farmers and our nation at large. A few pointers should be considered when cultivating cassava. Ensure there is good soil fertility. The land should be prepared properly. Approved varieties of the crop should be used. Recommended stem cuttings should be selected and prepared. Stem cuttings should be planted properly. Weed control should be applied in a timely manner. Fertilizers should be applied based on soil tests done. Pests and diseases should be controlled by pesticides. Crop should be harvested at the right time. Proper post-harvest practices should be implemented. As we see here in this slide, we see the different stem cuttings, and they show us how to plant these stem cuttings. They also show us the cassava plants. There are different varieties of cassava. We have the sweet types and the bitter types. The sweet types are safe for consumption, and the bitter types are mostly used to feed animals. We have the sweet types here in Trinidad and Tobago, and there are 40 different varieties according to the Ministry of Agriculture. But I'll just name a few. There is the Maracas black stick, butter stick, blue stick, white stick, and M-Mix. The recommended variety for production at this time is M-Mix because it has high yields, pest and disease tolerance, and good cooking quality. Cassava is a very nutritious food. It is highly caloric and nutrient dense. It is a great source of carbohydrates, vitamin C, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, and other anti-inflammatory properties. Cassava leaves are edible and contain protein, beta-carotene, which is an antioxidant, and lysine.
Greetings to all of you who are right now in the session. I welcome you all. I'll be moderating two sessions. First one is by Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, Associate Professor, School of Education and Humanities, USC. Her presentation will be on adjustment strategies adopted by homeschooling families during the COVID-19 pandemic. Second presenter is Dr. Gaur Shah, Professor and Director Center for Business and Analytics and Intelligence, Arthur Loke Jack Graduate School of Business, Trinidad and Tobago. And his presentation will be on role of learning analytics in promoting student-centered culture in a post-COVID world. And so let me say something about Dr. Rajkumar, the first presenter. She's an associate professor of history at the University of the Southern Caribbean. She has an undergraduate degree from the University of the West Indies, which focused on history and literature. Also has MA with distinction in history from the same institution. And in 2007, she completed a PhD in history, also awarded by UWI. Her areas of research include ethnic, economic, and migration history in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, advocacy for high history education, homeschooling, and youth mentorship in the Caribbean context. She and her husband, Mr. Rodney Rajkumar, have been homeschooling their two daughters for the past 12 years. Dr. Rajkumar is the current secretary of the Faculty Senate at the University of the Southern Caribbean and also an executive member of the Association of Caribbean Historians. Well, when I was teaching philosophy for education course, there is a part there on homeschooling. That's the time I got to know Dr. Rajkumar more, in that she has been in homeschooling here in Trinidad and Tobago. Our second presenter is Dr. Gaur Shah, who was the professor and founder director of the Center for Business Intelligence, Data Analytics at Arthur Loke Jack Graduate School of Business. He has about 30 years of experience in teaching and academic leadership in Trinidad and Tobago, India, and Thailand. He received his PhD in technology management from the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. He holds an MBA from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, and MS in Computer Information Systems from Assumption University of Thailand, and a Bachelor in Statistics
from Academy of Statistics in Indonesia. Dr. Shaha's his passion is in teaching courses with numbers. He has taught a number of courses, including data analytics, operation management, business research methodology, service marketing, quantitative techniques, and multivariate data analysis at undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral level. His research interests are business analytics, operation management, and educational leadership. Dr. Shaha has mentored a number of PhD and Doctor of Business Administration students. He sits in the editorial board of an international journal, International Journal of Management. He has to his credit several publications in well-known international journals, such as International Journal of Quality and Reliability Management, Managing Service Quality, Journal of Global Business and Economic Review, Journal for Global Business Advancement, and International Journal of Disclosure and Governance. He has conducted a number of workshops on data analytics and multivariate data analysis for corporate and academic participants. He is going through this, we know he is a man who has tremendous brilliance and his passion area, and we will have this presentation first by Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, second by Dr. Garza, and you are given 15 minutes each, and we are asking the participants to put in your questions and your questions that you have in question and answer box, and we'll take those questions after their presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizing committee for Research Day 2021 at the University of the Southern Caribbean. And so let me share my screen and begin the presentation. Okay. Right, so just give me a second. Right, can everyone see the screen? Okay, so the objectives of this presentation would be to look at adjustment strategies of select homeschooling families during the COVID-19 pandemic. So some purposes or objectives would be to define and highlight the characteristics of homeschooling, to define and highlight features of pandemic schooling, to outline some of the challenges faced by select homeschooling families or parents during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to examine adjustment strategies employed by selected homeschooling parents during COVID-19. I'd like to begin with the definitions. Traditional homeschooling, or traditional schooling, can be seen as teaching and learning which occurs primarily in the classroom and is facilitated by a trained teacher. Homeschooling, on the other hand, is teaching and learning which occurs primarily in the home and is facilitated by a parent or guardian. According to the Homeschooling Association of Trinidad and Tobago, homeschooling is parent-directed education of children at home instead of sending them to an educational institution. Parents or legal guardians may utilize the assistance of tutors, but must remain actively involved in the teaching and learning process. So pandemic schooling is another definition I would like to share with you. And it is the form of teaching and learning that has resulted from a restriction of traditional schooling, and homeschooling owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. So when the government of Trinidad and Tobago declared that people should engage in homeschooling, what they were really doing was urging people to engage in pandemic schooling during the lockdown, since traditional schooling now took place in home in a restricted way. And so there was the attempt to sort of recreate the classroom experience with the guidance of teachers in the home. What then are some of the features of homeschooling? Where homeschooling is concerned, parents carefully choose a philosophy of education and outcomes upon which to base their teaching. Parents then choose curricula, times, and methods of delivery based on the outcomes that they would want to achieve. Parents often employ real-life circumstances to teach their children. And there are many different examples of homeschooling philosophies, and I just put a few here for you to see. So you have whole child education or holistic education that caters to the development of each dimension of the child. You have the concept of unschooling, which is much more flexible and interest-led. And so in that way, unschooling is also linked to interest-led education, where the interest of the child takes center stage in terms of education. There's the literature approach to education, where live books are used primarily in the curriculum as opposed to textbooks. So encyclopedias, biographies, literary works are very important to the literature approach to education. There's the classical approach to education, where the concept of education is broken down into the trivium, where you have 3 levels of education or developmental education based on the age and development of the child. You have the Charlotte Mason approach to learning. This is a much more natural approach where you interact with nature. Children are encouraged to narrate their experiences. So young children can participate in this method of learning who aren't able to write. So there's a lot of dialoguing between parents and children. And then there's the Montessori form of education. So in terms of this study, the aim of this study was to ascertain the adjustment strategies of select homeschooling families during the COVID-19 pandemic in Trinidad. This exploratory study consisted of 10 parents, 9 mothers and 1 father who homeschooled their children, and they were interviewed. Collectively, the parents taught 1 to 6 children for a total of 25 children. The age groups of the children range from 4.5 years to 16 years. These parents are members of the Homeschool Association of Trinidad and Tobago. And I am also a homeschooling parent and an advisor to the board of the Homeschool Association of Trinidad and Tobago. The parents were asked 4 questions for this study. How would you describe your style of homeschooling? What did a typical homeschool day look like for your family before the pandemic? Did the pandemic impact your homeschool routine? And if so, how? And what adjustments did you make to counteract the changes brought about by the pandemic? This particular question in terms of what is your style of homeschooling or your homeschooling style, to capture the various ways in which homeschooling is done. And so I want to share some of the answers that parents gave. So one parent said that they were an unschooling parent, and that means informal in style, strongly led by the interests of the children. And this parent said, I provide and facilitate opportunities for their interests to be fulfilled. Another parent said, I follow the Charlotte Mason method mixed with interest-led learning. Another, I tend to be more structured, following the classical method, but it is mixed with interest-led learning. Another said, I follow a structured style using the Abeka homeschooling curriculum mixed with interest-led extracurricular activities. And so I just want to continue with a couple more responses. I use a traditional structured approach in the beginning, using a homeschooling curriculum. Over the years, it has become less traditional, more interest-led, and mixed with occupational therapy for my special needs autistic son. Another parent, I started as more traditional, using a school-type structure. Then as more children were added, there was the effort to facilitate the needs of the children, especially my 3 boys who were special needs. Their therapy played an important role in how they were homeschooled. Another parent, I am structured using a literature-based curriculum, concept-based, and I facilitate a great deal of questions. And one final response, I started using a more traditional approach. Over the years, life became the classroom, and I lead more towards the approach of the Finns for my younger children. And so let us look at some of the responses to what did a typical day look like before COVID-19. Now, all parents stated that they had a block of time that they dedicated to working with their children, regardless of their homeschooling style. For most, this time period was between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m., leaving the afternoon for activities. 50% or half of the parents regularly took their children to the library, market, grocery, beach, bank, etc., as part of the regular school-based learning activities during what was seen as their school hours. Many of the children were involved in extracurricular activities such as music, sports, or dance, which they did on evenings or during the weekend. All 10 of the families belonged to a homeschool support group, which met often on Fridays for various activities, including art and craft, cooking and baking, science experiments, character building sessions, and outings. Homeschooling families also purposefully forged closer ties with other families and or relatives and their faith community. And coming out of this question again, in terms of what did your homeschooling look like before COVID-19, some families stated that they were also able to travel together on off-peak times owing to their flexibility. And what were some of the main impacts of COVID-19 on homeschooling families? The main impact of COVID-19 on the homeschooling families interviewed was the restriction of movement and how this impacted learning. 100% of the homeschooling families were hard hit by the restriction of their movement as libraries, beaches, and parks closed, and many facilities were now off limits to children. Additionally, parents reported that children were often sad because they weren't able to spend time with their friends as before. Homeschool children also missed their extracurricular activities such as sports, music, and playtime, as they were now predominantly restricted to the home environment. So what were some of the adjustment strategies employed by homeschooling parents to help their children during the COVID-19 pandemic 2020? As restrictions lifted, parents found alternative safe locations to take their children to make up for the restriction of movement. So for instance, parents spoke about taking their children on hikes, on walks, either through their neighborhood, or some had little trails where they lived, and so they did some exploring, so away from crowds. Other parents took the time to do more recreational activities at home with their children, including board games. Some started gardening, more cooking activities. Many children were allowed to pursue areas of interest in greater measure, such as art or crafting or DIY projects that they either did on their own or with their parents. Parents involved children more in activities being done around the home during this time as well. What also stood out to me is that parents regularly checked in to see how their children were doing emotionally, constantly questioning them, asking them how they were doing, and trying to see ways they could identify first and then alleviate any measures of stress that they saw in their children. Screen time was used by homeschooling parents to complement subject areas. However, during the pandemic, many parents stated that they spent some time monitoring how much time their children spent on their screens. Parents gave children more breaks between subject sessions, and they encouraged physical movement, such as bike riding and playing, both inside and outside, to balance screen time. Zoom and other online platforms were used to keep children in touch with their friends, their homeschool support groups, and their families. And when it was safe to do so, parents started to slowly create small bubbles of social interaction for their children. One parent who transitioned her children to secondary school just before the pandemic resumed homeschooling for a term during COVID-19. And this was done to work on areas of weakness, both academic and developmental, that she felt needed addressing, while the school they attended worked on their response to the pandemic. In a local radio program which addressed the psychological impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on children, Hanif Benjamin, clinical therapist and traumatologist, emphasized that insufficient attention was being paid to the trauma and disruption that children were experiencing owing to COVID-19. Thus, a central aspect of the country's response should have been to secure the mental, psychological, and physical well-being of children. So, some concluding thoughts. The response of homeschooling parents were in line with what Benjamin exposed. Many homeschooling parents took a flexible approach to teaching and learning after the pandemic. Now, know that flexible did not mean suddenly unstructured. It meant within the structure that I would have outlined of the way that they approached homeschooling, there was a great measure of flexibility as parents sought to determine exactly how the COVID-19 pandemic was affecting their homeschool and their children. And then they continued to tailor what they were doing to meet the needs of their children as they arose. The sentiment that their children would be left behind was never voiced. And many of them took a holistic approach to the needs of their children, factoring in the challenges ushered in by the pandemic. As a result, their strategies focused on the physical, emotional, psychological, as well as academic well-being of their children. And so this concludes the end of my presentation, and I look forward to any questions that you may have after. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair and the participants. So let me share my screen first. I'm really honored to be here because it's really nice to reflect what we have experienced about education in transition in last 1 year. So, so following the theme of this research day, the theme is about education in transition, moving beyond a pandemic response. I thought this topic would be a good fit to the theme. The role of learning analytics to promote student-centric culture in a post-COVID world. So for this, first of all, let's see what COVID-19 means to higher education. I remember it was exactly March 10 last year, 2020. And today, coincidentally, it is just exactly 1 year after that date. It's now March 11. So there is massive transition to remote instructions during this time. And that means a lot to different people from different perspectives. Even myself, if I reflect this transition, if I reflect this transition, what it means to me, it means very different things to me when I change my role. For example, when I'm an academic staff, a salaried employee, I consider this is a more of a kind of declining enrollment. I consider it is a restructuring of the organization. Even another just now, Professor Rajkumar has mentioned, to her, COVID-19 means to pandemic schooling. That's very interesting, so different dimensions. But today, we will talk about a dimension which is not a challenge, which is rather an opportunity to us, to all of us, especially who are kind of actively involved in higher education institutions. It's an opportunity. So what is the opportunity and how we can deal with it? That is what we are going to discuss about this here in this presentation. First of all, let me take a study findings of University of Southern Caribbean, where actually where we had this seminar or this research day is happening. So I happened to read a published document written by Gersa Pierre, of University of Southern Caribbean, about a transition to distance education students' response, and where it was a study was conducted like in 2 weeks' time, between April 8, maybe close to that beginning of the pandemic, April 8, and ended in April 23rd, 2020. And 855 students were interviewed, and out of which 719 were responses were usable. We found that most of the students, like as you see in the pie here, 68% of the students, they disclosed their anxiety in the survey. Out of most of them, 24% is about some other things, but most of them has 68% were anxious. They're anxious about what will happen to their education system. What will happen, how, because after that announcement came, it was really a worrisome thing for students, for teachers, for parents, and for even all stakeholders of the higher education institutions. So, however, with this, I have seen that the study also did one thing. The study, all the responses, they have a big questionnaire, mostly open questions, mostly open questions. And all the responses, they classified into 5 categories or 5 themes. So system software used for the transition, assignment, final exam, lecturers and lecture, technical issues and equipment. So all of them had some positive statements, some negative statements. Students are saying something good about all that theme, whatever the topic. For example, the lecturer, some lecturers are good, some lecturers are bad. This is a very traditional way of getting responses from the students. Like most of the time, we conduct these kind of things at the end of the term, from the class, like after completing the class. So what is this? This kind of response is basically are not very traditional and has a lot of problems. So these are not, I'm not talking about, this is not an opportunity. This is rather creates more problem here. What is the problem here, I tell you? The problem is, I appreciate the management, of course, management of the school. They are very concerned about the student problem. That's why they conducted the survey among the students. But with respect to interventions, I consider that actions are reactive, not proactive. Because by the time you take the intervention, you will see that maybe the students have already graduated. It's possible. Or because although this study was conducted in the early phase of early pandemic era, like in April or something, but I do not know exactly when it was published or when it was known to the people, when it was given to the management. That date, I'm not sure. But the point is, by the time we get it, and after that, we take the intervention, we see that the students are gone, like passed out, either they have graduated or they have withdrawn from the system. So as a matter of fact, these actions are reactive, so not proactive. You cannot do anything good for the students who are really suffering, struggling, or at risk. So that is one problem we have seen in this way of looking at things. And another way to see, another problem that we see, that the data that collected was only on single feature, that is an opinion. So based on the opinion, you cannot feature your students' engagement. So here only the opinion, so we do not understand whether the students are highly engaged or moderately engaged or very kind of, their engagement is low level. So that was not really understood. So we need, I'm talking about this importance of engagement in next few chapters, next few slides. So look at this here. So basically what happens in COVID situation, especially when students are, going online, what happens? There are increased opportunity to get the data, all variety of data, not only opinions, not the opinion only. So you get opinion, you get the information about the login information, you get the submission when you submit your assignments, when your attendance, how long you are attending it in the class, whether you are just living the system. So that then whether you are using any ebook use, then your virtual learning data, then your library loans, all those informations are basically indicating your engagement. Basically, engagement score is the engagement score you can generate out of it. And once we do that, and this is the concept we understand, we call it learning analytics. So what learners do, learners generate data, as we just now showed it to you. The learners generate data, which is featuring your engagement. Not simply that learners' opinion data. Learners generate data in different forms. As you said, the login data, VLE data, and different forms of data, your library loan data, your attendance data, all those data, which is featuring your engagement, that kind of data you are generating. And this data has tremendously increased during this COVID-19. This data, scope of this data, volume of the data has increased tremendously about this data. But now question is what are we doing all this with that data? So this data basically we are using this data we're utilizing that data. So what I am proposing here, we are proposing here that the data that we are getting from the system, so we have to develop some models and metrics, or in other words, we have to mine the data. And after we mine the data, we will recognize that where is the problem, who is vulnerable, who is at risk, and then we take intervention. We take intervention that is one-to-one basis, one-on-one basis. It's not that all in one. Not one teacher will be dealing with everybody. No, not like that. It is we can single out the student that who is at risk. So we can have an intervention immediately. And that way, learners' education, learners' progression, or learners' will be better. Learners' success rate will be better. Which, this is also we have seen in the learning analytics. In learning, different levels of learning analytics you have seen. You see that it's actually, if we just do just reporting data and if we just do data and reporting, access and reporting, but here from the student can tell that how am I doing? That's it. How am I doing? This is little lower level of information value and lower level of analytics. And there are various levels of analytics. Up there, you can see, for example, when you determine your predictive model, you do a predictive modeling. Okay, that is who is going to pass, who is going to fail. If we can develop a kind of a predictive model with a certain level of accuracy, then what happens with that information? With that information, student can see that how will they do, and then how can I do it better? That is optimization and strategy. So that kind of information is there. That is what we call it a learning, and through the learning analytics we can achieve success. And theory, if we look at the engagement and learning analytics and the data featuring the engagement, that is also very much related. The theory says that those who are engaged, so they are kind of having more progress, more. They progress more. They progress more. So what happens here? You see, there are engagement data means you will get behavioral data, cognitive data, emotional data. There are 3 dimensions according to the literature, the learning in the engagement, student engagement. And theory says that these 3 are very much aligned with the Bloom's taxonomy, which is cognition, affection, and psychomotors. So these are very much aligned. So as a matter of fact, if we can engage the students, so we can predict the students' progression. So, and this is what the data I have followed from the from Nottingham University. This is a case study from Nottingham Trent University data. As you see, this is low engagement. This pillar is low engagement. This pillar is high engagement. And in the low engagement pillar, you see that progress is only 24.2%. So 24.2%. And here for the high engagement, the progress is 91.7%. The blue is so high. So high. As you are basically blue is higher, it means your success is higher. So it means your progression, that as you are more engaged, that shows that as you are more engaged, so students are more progressed. And another example I have seen that in terms of the degree, like first, this is also for the same university, we have seen the first class honors, second class honors, first division, second class honors, second division, third class honors, and other ordinary degree. As you see here, so this is high engagement. In the high engagement, first class honors is the highest 28.0%. Whereas if you see low engagement, your first class honors is the lowest. So as a matter of fact, this is showing that engagement is tremendously, very, very important factor or predictor for students' progression or performance. So now after that, how do they make the intervention? So how they make the intervention? They make the intervention in this way. So they determine the engagement score. What is the average score? That is the course average score, the red one. And then the individual students' engagement score. If the individual student score is different, is lower than the average, then immediately we will identify that student is at risk. So we will intervene immediately. So that is how Nottingham Trent University is doing. And this is what we call it a descriptive analytics procedure. And also it can be done. It can be done by predictive analytics procedure. That is, for example, you have the data, you have many data, you have various types of data, and also you have a response variable. They're like status of pass or fail. So that way you have many classifiers. So it requires a lot of time to explain to you that is there, what are the different classifiers. So these are all the data science methods that you can deploy, like boosted logistics regression, support vector machine, stochastic gradient boosting, and k nearest neighbors, random forest, neural network, etc. So all these classifiers you can deploy to understand that whether the student will pass or not pass. So based on the data, that is a predictive analytics. So if we can understand in ahead of time, like this student is kind of is vulnerable, so which is easy for the student, easy for the organization, for the institution to intervene in the process immediately. And after that, what happened, you can also, if you have multiple, you have developed the model using multiple algorithms or multiple modeling techniques, and then you use different methods like AUC method, ROC method, importance variable, classification rate. So those are the way we can determine that the model is good, bad, ugly, whatever, we can find it out. And after that, so that's why my conclusion is, based on that, our conclusion is the students' use of educational technology must be translated into more engagement data, not opinion data only. So here, what we collected so far, or what we traditionally collect as in most of the educational institutions, is opinion data. So we should change that from opinion data to data which is more kind of, you can translate those into engagement. Okay, so that is what is more important at the point. And also, this is what I always propagate. This is my own idea that what I say, that leading a higher education institution with the data and predictive analytics is like driving an automobile with the GPS. Every institution in Caribbean or elsewhere needs such forward-looking system for competitiveness. So thank you for listening. Any question?
Oh,
Yes,
all right.
I'm done.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Fiona Rajkumar for that very interesting research that was presented today. Let me say right now that my students are there in this among the audience, and it's so wonderful to see you and to know. Dr. Rajkumar is here and Dr. Saha are here, and thank you very much for your presentation of your research that you have done. There are a number of questions that are coming for Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, and I would want you to answer those questions. You can go on the chat box and do it yourself. But I have a question here that I will ask you, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Saha, with respect to your presentation. Did the awareness level of homeschooling phenomena increase during the COVID-19 pandemic in TNT? Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, that's a question I would like to ask you.
Yes, I think it did greatly. And I think that was also precipitated maybe by the fact that the government did say that all parents are homeschooling now. And so the association has a website and a couple of Facebook pages. And so we really started to get a lot of calls by parents. And so we did have to spend some time explaining the difference between homeschooling and what parents were doing now, right? To ascertain whether or not parents really wanted to homeschool by the definition of homeschooling, or if parents needed assistance with this whole concept of pandemic schooling, which was school at home, but they now played a really important role in that mediation between the teachers and the children, which as I tried to show is not really what homeschooling is, right? And so, yes, there was a great interest in homeschooling. What we did find as well is that there were parents who always wanted to homeschool, and they took the opportunity during COVID-19 to make that transition, to go through the channels that were necessary to legally homeschool in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much for answering that question. If somebody wants to learn more about homeschooling, well, there are websites. I think here Dr. Fiona Rajkumar can assist you to get more information on homeschooling here within Trinidad and Tobago. Yes. I know for sure in USA it's highly developed, and there are people who are promoting that. Over to Dr. Sahan right now. Tell us, sir, about, first of all, I really appreciate your presentation of your research. And I just want to ask you, if you said about higher order thinking that needs to be looked into when preparing a survey or a questionnaire. Would you like to tell us something more about that?
No, basically what I emphasized in my presentation is not the survey-based, not only the opinion-based information. Okay, what I'm saying, the opinion-based information is more retrospective, not prospective. Okay. So as a matter of fact, because when you get or in other words, you cannot be proactive. It is more reactive. So when you are getting the opinion, you analyze the opinion, and by the time you get to take any action for that, so already the participants are not in the system. Participants may exit from the system, whatever reason, for whatever reason, either successfully exit or unsuccessfully they might exit. So that is why what I am kind of suggesting for a shift in a paradigm, or from a movement from the traditional method of analyzing the data from the student's opinion. We are asking you to move away, move from that to collecting data right from all different sources, as the students enter into their virtual learning system. So immediately, or Moodle, whatever you call it, Moodle or e-learning platform. So what happens? You are generating various types of information immediately. So in terms of what time you log in, what time you log out, what is your kind of what kind of participation? When did you submit your assignment? How long you spent for your forum video or forum, etc. All those things, if you can utilize that, you can make out of the fact that how engaged are the students. So I am emphasizing primarily on the students' engagement, and which is a very theory-driven concept.
Okay.
That is what I am emphasizing. Engagement. If they are engaged, I am emphasizing once again that if they are engaged, so they will be more successful academically. Okay, and that is what I am suggesting in this case, and that is what we call it learning analytics.
Okay, thank you for letting us know about what you have just said. I was interested to know in terms of the model that you're showing over in the diagram in your presentation, if it is only student centered, what about teachers centered as well? I mean, you cannot ignore teacher as well. Of course, most of the time we focus on the students. Teacher and student go together in the classroom. So I don't know what you want to say with regards to that.
Teacher's role, yeah, thank you so much. That's a good point that you raised. Basically, teacher's role will be even magnified. If teacher work in a student-centric culture, so teacher's role will be magnified. They are not teacher alone. They are not only teacher, they become an analyst.
Yes.
They become facilitator. They become teacher. Because they make the intervention. Okay. They make the intervention. At time it is, so what happens? They analyze the data. Okay, analyze the data, and also they jump into the system,
right.
Jump into the, and they help the student. So in fact, that is what we call it student-centric culture. So if we grow the student-centric culture, automatically teacher's role will be magnified.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your giving us the answers to those questions that have been asked. And in the audience, if you like to know more about these presentations, you can always go to the research department and ask them. We have the next session, which is session number 4. We'll wait on those persons. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
In addition, cassava helps in the prevention of constipation and diverticular diseases. It is also good for persons with diabetes. It improves glucose tolerance and aids in glycemic control. Cassava can help relieve a patient of diarrhea. It can also help patients with celiac disease because when you make the flour, it is gluten-free. It also helps in boosting the immunity and regulates digestion. Cassava is very versatile. You can make many culinary dishes from cassava, like flour, bread, bake, pone, and chips. You can also make medicine, textiles, plywood, paper, bear, commercial sugar, even paint and glue. In my product, I used sour cherries and golden apple. And these are great sources of antioxidants like vitamin C and fiber. It helps in boosting our immunity as well, and it is rich in potassium. So in product development, we have to use a scientific method. So first, I did a lot of brainstorming, and then I decided to create a product along the cereal and bakery product line. I then came up with many research questions, and I asked myself how I could make my product unique. I then did research on local fruits and vegetables, and while doing so, I found out about cassava. And then I said, wait, I can make cassava farine and use that in place of oats to make granola. I then decided to use ripe golden apples and sour cherries. What I'll do is stew the sour cherries and dry them and color them with sorrel, and that will replace the cranberries that you'll find in granola. And then we have the dried ripe golden apples. One day, Miss was talking in class about value-added food products, and she mentioned granola bars. I then said, I can make farine bars. So what I did was that I made surveys. I did verbal surveys with my parents and neighbors and my teacher, and they loved the idea. And my plan was to target persons who were interested in high energy snacks but didn't consume sugar. So I wanted to sweeten this product with banana and dates. So I came up with a hypothesis, which was granola bars could be made with nutritional sweeteners such as banana and dates and binded with cornstarch and oats. We see here preparing my sour cherries for stewing and my bay leaf. We see here that I'm going to stew the cherries, and I stew the cherries and I color the cherries with sorrel, and then I dry the cherries. I then deseed the cherries, and then I cut the golden apples into small bits, and I also dry them. This here is me trying this bar with the dates and banana. However, this bench top prototype was shown to be a failure. So I had to change my target group to persons who were only interested in high energy snacks, and I had to use honey and brown sugar to bind my bars. However, I didn't use honey. I decided to make golden syrup, which is something thick like honey. And I decided to make a mixture of the golden syrup, brown sugar, butter, and peanut butter for binding. So this is me making my golden syrup, my mixture for binding with the butter, peanut butter. Me sterilizing my jars to put the syrup so that it can last longer. And this is me making it a second time. Unfortunately, the second time around, it came out too hard and it broke again. So I then decided to make farine clusters. This is me going through the process of making farine from scratch. And then this is me doing my product now the third time. This time it came out really well. and I loved the taste. This is the final product. I do thank you for listening, and I give credit to all the authors in the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to session 4 of our 2-day series research conference under the theme Education in Transition, Moving Beyond a Pandemic Response. You are viewing us virtually from the University of the Southern Caribbean in Trinidad and Tobago. And last time I checked, I saw over 400 persons with us. So we want to say, if you are joining us for the first time, welcome. If you've been with us since yesterday, thank you for staying with us. And I know that you are having an intellectually stimulating experience. I'm your moderator, Lydia Campbell-George. I'm an assistant professor in the School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health, Department of Nursing Education. During this session, we'll be listening to 5 pre-recordings on the topic, very topical, COVID-19. And just a reminder to mute your mics, keep your videos off. And at the end of this session, well, we are kind of limited on time, so I'll try to at least have 2 questions posed. But remember to pose your question in the question and answer box. So now I just want to briefly share with you the bios of an introduction of our esteemed presenters. So our first presenter, it's a group of presenters from India, and it's led by Annie Jacob, Jennifer Jabuansu, Mary Tankachan, Ramu Kandasamy, and Susi Chua. And they're from the Palliative Care Unit, Christian Medical College Hospital, Vellore, India. And just to give you some information, a bit of Dr. Annie Jacob. Dr. Jacob is a psychologist lecturer with the Palliative Care Unit at the Christian Medical College, Vellore in South India. She holds a master's degree in psychology and has also 20 years of experience in hospital counseling of patients and families. Her areas of counseling interests are psycho-oncology, grief and bereavement, whole person care, and self-care of health professionals. Our second presentation, and her topic would be Cause of Concern, COVID-19 or Cancer, Perspective of Palliative Care Patients. Our second presentation will come from a group of students from the Social Sciences Department. They are Jenny Jones, Antoinette Samuel, Celine Williams, Faith Roy, Jamelia Gibbs, and Renalicia McDonald. And they'll be looking at the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on frontline workers. Our third presentation will come from Dr. Vijay Kumar, and she's from the Amrita Dental School, Kochi, India. She'll be looking at the topic, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on undergraduate dental students, a qualitative study. And just to give you some information on Dr. Kumar, Dr. Kumar is a reader, Department of Public Health Dentistry, Amrita School of Dentistry. Dr. Kumar has more than 9 years of experience in dental public health education and outreach activities. Passionate about oral disease prevention and actively involved in health education of children, school oral health, and advocacy for fluoride therapy. His other areas of interest include pain and palliative care. He's also actively involved in annual school oral health screening for CBSE schools for the past 7 years. Our fourth presenter would be our own Dr. Raghunath Mahabir. He's actually our program coordinator for our Masters in National Security and Intelligence Studies at the School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health right here at USC. And his study would look at Venezuelan migrants under COVID-19, a study of migrants in Princestown. And our final presenter in this session will be Kellan Roach, and he would be looking at the impact of COVID-19 on perspective of asynchronous learning, the student's perspective. I'm just going to give you a bit of bio on Kellan. Kellan is actually a second-year student at USC. He's 17 years old. He's currently pursuing a bachelor's in biology with a biomedical emphasis, with a minor in chemistry in hopes of becoming a doctor someday. So now I'll ask that these presentations be played. Thank you.
The title of my paper, Cause of Concern, COVID-19 or Cancer, Perspectives of Palliative Care Patients. A lady with metastatic cancer came to the outpatient clinic for pain control. While pain relief was good, she had fever and breathlessness. How did she escape the screening for fever done at the entrance? The patient refused to go to the fever clinic, denied her symptoms, till repeated questioning revealed that she had taken round-the-clock paracetamol, which had masked her fever. The reason? To hold on to ongoing cancer treatment. The WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic on the 11th of March 2020. Our country reported its first case at the end of January. 13 months later, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in India has reported more than 11 million cases and 1.5 lakh deaths. Our health systems are stretched and the suffering of cancer patients amplified. This survey was done early in the lockdown to understand and learn from the impact of COVID-19 on cancer management and psychosocial concerns of palliative care patients and caregivers. A retrospective chart review of patients in the outpatient was done to explore social demographic, oncological treatment details, and the expressed concerns of patients and caregivers. Of the 107 patients in the survey, 58.3 were female and more than half were in the age group of 40 to 60 years. Around 80% of the patients came in person to the outpatient clinic. Though majority of patients were from within the state, about 33.3% were from other states and outside India. About 40% of the patients had to travel a distance of more than 40 kilometers to the hospital and had to rent vehicles for the same. The most common diagnosis was gynecological cancers. 45% of patients were on oncological treatment. There was interruption of treatment in 20% and deferment in 3.5% due to COVID-19. 37% of patients were on opioids. 23% had difficulty in accessing medications. 12.2% of the patients would have normally received home-based care by the palliative care team, which was not possible due to the lockdown restrictions. 53.3% of patients were primarily concerned with their diagnosis, symptoms, and disease progression. Worry about their family and fear of COVID-19 were expressed in lesser degree. Corona tension is less, disease tension is more. There were concerns about unfinished tasks, whether my son's marriage will happen because of my cancer. I'm afraid of being COVID positive. I would have avoided coming to hospital if cancer symptoms were not there. Caregivers were primarily concerned with logistics of travel to hospital and back to hometown. No auto to come to hospital, pushed mother in a wheelchair from lodge. I want to take him back to family and be among our people. I'm fighting with cancer every day. Corona can happen to anyone. Financial challenges in pursuing treatment were expressed by 61.8%. 72.7% said it was primarily due to the pandemic. The challenges were increased expenses, no refund for cancelled tickets, issues with international money transfer, less income, and loss of job. This brief and retrospective patient chart review sensitized the palliative care team to the early impact of lockdown among our patients. The challenges faced by cancer patients and caregivers were the uncertainty to pursue and access treatment, financial issues, fear, distress, and a sense of being vulnerable. Though not verbalized, a sense of helplessness was evident in most of them. As the magnitude of need was visualized, it called for a response. Palliative care has an ethos of taking sides, relieving suffering, and improving the quality of life of patients with chronic illnesses. Hence, we attempted our drop in the ocean. Telemedicine consultations, both audio and video, were offered for all patients who could access them. Regular telephonic follow-up for patients from lower socioeconomic background to assess and direct needs and to offer counseling support. Empathetic listening and support was given by different team members. Adequate medicine supply and regional palliative care addresses were provided for patients from other districts and states in India and outside the country. Food coupons and free food packs for those staying in nearby lodges around the hospital were organized by the institution. This survey helped in understanding the needs of palliative care patients and helped in directing our services to appropriate their needs. The primary concern of patients was their cancer diagnosis, symptoms, and disease progression. The primary concern of caregivers was finances and management of practical issues in continuing medical care. The pandemic is a double hit on palliative care patients. The way forward in such unprecedented and distressing times is to extend support and ensure continuity of care and non-abandonment. I would like to end with a poem by one of my colleagues. As if cancer was not enough, entered novel corona. That is the name. Is it a dream or could it all be a bluff? When can we shout we overcame? Suddenly burdens appear more than double. Harder they seem to struggle. Denial helped, but only to an extent. There should be some way to circumvent. Corona or cancer, it doesn't matter. The problem they now suffer is what they need to buffer. They need double strength to experience peace at large. How can I help reduce the fire? That is my call and desire. I do not see easy solutions, each of us with our own confusions. Don't lose hope, there surely must be a way, here too, not just on the other bay. There is a place of sweet solace, even in the midst of a fiery furnace. So hold on to the end of the rope and move on to the place of hope. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Today, this group will be presenting the effects of COVID-19 on frontline workers. The group members consist of Antoinette Samuel, Celine Williams, Faith Roy, Janelle Jones, Jamila Gibbs, and Renelle Sia McDonough.
Background of the research. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have serious social, economical, emotional, and mental effects on everyone globally and locally. Within Trinidad and Tobago, frontline workers have been especially affected in all aspects. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, COVID-19, also known as the coronavirus disease, is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus, known as the Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome virus 2. Based on the following findings in this research, we can conclude which issues affected the sample of the frontline workers the most.
Data collection method. Stratified random sampling was used to collect qualitative and quantitative data from 20 male and 20 female frontline workers, using questionnaires which consisted of 20 closed-ended questions. The sample consisted of doctors, registered nurses, psychologists, members of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force (TTDF), which include Coast Guard and Regiment, and Trinidad and Tobago Police Service (TTPS), and others.
Figure 1, a histogram, shows how the participants were affected by COVID-19. Mentally, socially, emotionally, physically, financially, or not affected at all. According to this histogram, it is noticed that out of the 40 participants, majority being 20%, voted that they were mentally affected by COVID-19.
Figure 2. Paragraph showing how COVID-19 impacted the participants' social life. And within the social life, we are looking at the cancellation or postponement to either international or internal travel plans, disruption of cultural, religion, and festive events, cancellation or postponement of sports, no access to places of entertainment and leisure, relationship strain. This graph portrays how COVID-19 impacted persons' social life. As shown in the paragraph, out of the 40 participants, majority being 30 persons, were affected by no access to places of entertainment and leisure, including swimming pool, movie theaters, sports clubs, etc. Figure 3. Paragraph showing the conditions the participants suffered from at the beginning of COVID-19 to present. According to the paragraph, out of 40 participants, majority 18% suffer from weight loss or gain, and minority suffered from panic attacks and high blood pressure.
Figure 4, paragraph showing the agreement level of being negatively affected by COVID-19. According to the graph, it is seen that out of the 40 participants, majority being 17 or 42%, voted neutral that they were affected negatively by COVID-19.
Figure 5, pie chart showing how many persons had to isolate from their family. According to the pie chart, out of the 40 participants, majority being 67.5% had to isolate from their family.
Conclusion. Based on the presented data, social life has been the most affected during the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by mental health. Changes in weight and stress-related issues are recorded to be another high-ranking issue. 17 out of the 40 participants felt neutral regarding COVID-19, impacting them negatively. Fortunately, only 17.5% or 7% of the participants felt that the pandemic affected them negatively. Thank you very much for your attention. This is now the end of the presentation. Unfortunately, some of our members were not able to attend to come together to finish and present this presentation. So we thank you for all the contributions of each group member, and we thank you for paying attention.
Good morning. My topic of presentation is impact of COVID-19 among undergraduate dental students, a qualitative study from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Background: the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has left an indelible mark on all sections of the population. Those who are employed has experienced an enormous change in their work pattern and style. The travel restrictions, social distancing norm, wearing mouth masks. The uncertainty caused due to COVID-19 pandemic has affected people all over. Many universities have shifted to online mode of delivery of lecture classes from traditional college activities during COVID-19 lockdown. Rationale and objectives. Students were introduced to a novel learning platform. Courses which have no hands-on or practical or clinical classes were not so affected compared to skill-based curriculum and teaching methods. Medical courses in general and dentistry in specific has a chunk of curriculum devoted to development of clinical and laboratory skills, patient interaction, and management of a wide spectrum of oral and general diseases which affect human body. So this study was undertaken to assess the psychological and social, educational and physical impact of COVID-19 among undergraduate dental students. Method adopted was a qualitative phenomenological approach. Methodology adopted was focus group discussion involving a semi-structured interview given on online platforms, that is Zoom. Qualitative analysis was done. The focus group discussions were transcribed and the transcript was prepared with verbatim. Codes were developed, categories were developed from the codes, and finally the themes were developed. So broad areas of where themes were developed are psychosocial, educational, and physical. Some features of the study population: the females constitute 79%. There were students from outside the state of Kerala. Students outside the Kerala visit their hometown. Before COVID, they visited their hometown relatively fewer compared to the native students. So wood and culture differ from state to state. This is just to mention how the COVID-19 would affect them. So dental students from other states are mostly from the neighboring Tamil Nadu state. Now the themes obtained were: first is the psychological factors which affected them adversely, or negative psychological effects, where they were 74% of the codes that were developed were they were relating to anxious about the course lack, and 21% of the codes were the other colleges started and their own college has not started, and 5% of the codes which were categories developed from which the categories developed were mentioning about it will affect their future skills, clinical skills, because the COVID-19 they will not get real-time patient exposure, so it can affect their future clinical skills. So this was the codes that were developed. The example of the verbatim about course lag, they're telling we are concerned about when we will finish our course. We have not got any information as to when it will reopen after COVID-19. And other colleges started, other colleges resumed their classes. Even the final dates of exams have been announced, but we are not yet to receive any such information. And apprehension about losing skills, since this many months we have lost the touch and it may affect my clinical abilities. Even after the restriction is over, it will take time for parents, patients to come to college. So this was the positive psychological factors, that is glad to be at home. There was 45% of the quotes were about that, and at comforts of home 27%, more relaxed environment than the college atmosphere 9%, and got to meet relatives and friends. So it is a very positive outcome psychologically and socially. So that constituted 19%. So this was the codes that developed for positive psychological outcome. So glad to be at home with parents. I felt very happy to be with my parents and sister. I've been bored in school for so long, so it means a lot to be to spend time with them. At comforts of home, I get to home eat homely food made by mother, so I could help her with cooking and other household chores. It gives me some sort of satisfaction that I'm helping my parents. More relaxed environment since there is no college to go, so we have to just log into the lectures to get attendance whenever at our comfort. Relatives and friends, getting to meet relatives and friends, so we can get to visit my friends and faraway relatives and schoolmates. Now I have more time to spend on social media and get in touch with them. So these were the positive psychological codes and that were developed. Education concerns were losing their touch and also about quota completion. So most of them, for them to be eligible to the exam, they have to finish the quota that is being told to them at the start of the course. So most of them were concerned about whether they were able to finish the quota that is expected of them, and also losing touch about the clinical skills because they have to take case history and all that. So between this COVID time, they were not able to get in touch with the patients. So these were the codes that is developed for lost touch. I have lost all, forgotten about all treatment. Now holding a handpiece itself and working itself seems like a laborious process. So quota completion, I don't know how I'm going to do cavity cutting, and I've done all by myself. When college reopens, I have to finish the quota before I appear for exam. I feel scared as to how I will finish it on time. Next is about education. There's difficulties faced clinically. That is 55% of the code were about lacking the real exposure, and 45% is about their skills will be reduced, the clinical skills. So lacking real exposure, it's the same verbatim. That is, I have lost all, forgotten all about treatment. Now holding a handpiece itself and working itself seems like a laborious process. Reduced skills to work again on a patient and not at all feeling easy or confident. So these were the codes that we got for the negativity that can affect their clinical skills. Education-wise, most of them face technical difficulties. So internet connectivity during the lecture classes, that's regular lecture classes, online lecture classes, are 59%, and during exam and viva, because that is very important, because once if you face any technical glitches during the exam or viva, then they have to reappear. They have to again get in contact with the college. So these were the issues. So that was 41%. So the technical difficulties faced by the undergraduate dental students during COVID time. Course developed for technical difficulties, it causes serious problems. I have to re-log in every time the net goes off. I miss many important points during the lecture. The class representatives ask the faculty for lecture slides. We get it through social media or email. That somewhat makes up for the mixed part during lecture hours. So difficulties faced during exam. This was one of the incident that happened for a second year student. It happened with one of my exams. I was writing and suddenly for 10 minutes my net connection got interrupted. Immediately came from college that my exam won't be valid if the candidate is not visible. So she ran to my neighbor's house and got another dongle and used it to continue my exam, because I could not use anybody's net in my own house because all were having the same net from the same brand, and the net connection will be very feeble in all. So these were some of the serious concerns faced during the exam or the clinical viva, which was done in online platform. Regarding physical activity, broadly categorized into physical activity increase or reduce. So 32% of the codes were for physical activity increased, and 68% they told that the physical activity has reduced during the COVID time. These were the codes developed for eye strain. At times we will have to see computer, and at the same time messages will be coming on mobile phones from relatives and also from the institution. So my eyesight has strained because of those things. I think my power of lens, when last checked, they told it has increased, and it's a concern for me. Physical activity increased. They told initially I never used to go out, but now after the lockdown is relaxed, I go for cycling with my family and friends. I play badminton. They also told that while in due course when the lockdown was relaxed, the relatives, their family members who were staying with them also started moving out for job-related purpose. So that time, again, this kind of badminton playing and all has come down. Physical activity decrease. These were mostly for girl students. The only walk I do nowadays is walking at home from room to room and to kitchen. That's the only thing I get to do physical activity. To conclude, students were more concerned about losing their clinical touch because during COVID time they don't get to treat patients in real time and also not able to finish their quota in order to appear for or to qualify for exams. And technical difficulties with internet disruption were a major factor. It has affected them both psychologically. It was a cause of major concern because they were aware from the college and they do not sure whether they will be able to appear for final exam. And also there was a general lack of physical activity during the due to the lockdown imposed, and eye strain was an additional factor. So these were the psychosocial and education and technical difficulties, and also the how their physical activities has been affected. These are my references. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. Today, I will be speaking on Venezuelan migrants under COVID-19 in Princestown. I chose the area of Princestown because I live in this area, and also over the last 4 years, I have seen hundreds of Venezuelan migrants come into Princestown either to work and or to live. If we look at the geographical dimensions of Princestown, we see that it has an area of 38.1 kilometers and a population of close to 30,000. Looking at a map of Trinidad, we see Princestown, an area to the southwest of Trinidad and Tobago. And based on its location, we can see that there are several beaches not too far from this area known as Princestown. Some of the beaches include Mayaro, Moruga, Mon Diablo, and even the Queen Anne Beach. And it is along these beaches where many illegal migrants from Venezuela would have come to Trinidad and Tobago. In studying the Venezuelans in Princestown in 2021, the following facts come to the fore. The average number of Venezuelans in Princestown in February 2021 were close to 1,000. In my survey, I was able to interview 30 males and 36 females. This interview would have taken place during the month of February, from February 7th to the 13th, 2021. The average age of the Venezuelans that were interviewed ranged from 18 to 55. For the males, the main jobs included agricultural work, construction. Some of them were grocery workers, and some of them were unemployed. In speaking to the females, and I surveyed 36 females, of this group, there were 7 grocery workers, 6 domestic workers, 9 waitresses and or bar workers. There were 4 vendors who were plying their trade along the Manahamri Road, and there were 10 women who were unemployed. In speaking to them, we recognize that of the population of 30 males, 60% of them were unemployed for 6 months or more, beginning from March 2020. And of the population of 36 females, at least 50% of them were unemployed for 6 months or more. What this meant, of course, was that there was a decline in their living standard because many of them had no source of income for this period. As we move further down, we see this. The greatest needs during the COVID-19 period for the Venezuelans were food and water, medicine, money, housing, employment, and sanitary items, soaps, and sanitizers, and other important tissues and so forth that they needed. What we also found out was that the social assistance remained inadequate for Venezuelans, and there was a fear that many of them could turn to crime. In speaking to many of them, I also found out that they were very skillful and their skills were not being used in a legal way because they were unemployed. And at least 2 or 3 of the guys I had interviewed on the last day had already had a few brushes with the law, minor offenses, but nonetheless, they were in the wrong and they were really, according to them, they were looking for survival and they were trying to feed themselves and their families. What we are proposing is that there must be some kind of cash-based intervention as well as food assistance if we are to help these migrants in Trinidad. Many of these Venezuelan refugees are at an increased state of vulnerability because they have lost their jobs. Many of them have had to stay home, especially since March 2020. And in many places where they have worked, in the bars, in the restaurants, in the groceries even, many of them were closed. And many of these Venezuelans were out of jobs. The loss of income, as I said before, had led to a reduced ability to meet basic needs. And in many cases, eviction became a serious threat. In speaking to the Venezuelans, we also recognize as well that there were different sources of assistance. And while they were assisted by different groups of people, the assistance has not been sufficient. Nonetheless, the sources of assistance included some of their employers, close friends and family, churches, mosques, temples, and other religious institutions. There were other NGOs in Princeton that would have assisted the Venezuelans by way of, especially by giving them food. And then, of course, there were the private citizens, 1 or 2 of the rich businessmen who would have helped some of these Venezuelans in time of need. What we are seeing in Princeton is because of the COVID-19, many of the Venezuelans are still out of work. Many of the Venezuelans are still having a lot of problems in taking good care of their families. And many of them have problems with housing because they are unable to pay their rent and their landowners are threatening eviction. What therefore is the way forward for Trinidad and Tobago and in helping these Venezuelans, especially in the Princeton area? The Trinidad and Tobago government needs to go beyond its norms in policy formulation and implementation. There is a need to invest in the pre-adaptation mechanism for this regional crisis. There must be better information gathering and filtering. There has to be an evaluation of existing and former foreign policy outcomes. And most importantly, they must include competencies from different disciplines in assessing proposed policies, and policies must be developed to help these Venezuelans, especially in the short run. And there can also be policies developed to assist them in the medium term and in the long term. What does the government of Trinidad and Tobago need to do then to help these migrants? We are proposing that there be financial grants, food hampers. They must be given proper medical access and physical checkups. They must be assisted in their housing. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have the CPEP system where people work and to clean the streets and sweep the streets, so forth, and they are given $69 a day. And we believe that they can be given the same privilege. Many of them are also in need of clothing, shoes and socks, underwear. And we believe that together with the other NGOs and the private businessmen, the government must intervene now and assist these Venezuelans. We are having a humanitarian crisis if we do not take full control of it now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to USC's first virtual research day. My name is Kaelan Roach, and today I will be presenting on the impact of asynchronous learning, the student's perspective. I want to personally thank the Department of Research and Innovation for giving me the opportunity to be one of the speakers for this year. Now, before I get into my presentation, I would like to establish some goals that I hope to achieve at the end. Firstly, to identify the problems students are having with online learning, and secondly, address how best we can make the online learning experience more suitable for everyone. Education has been a transition ever since the dawn of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, specifically for the USC students back in March that year. Pre-COVID-19, students were given the opportunity to either earn their degrees either online with eSpace or at main campus in Trinidad or at any of the satellite campuses. However, due to COVID-19, this abrupt change led from school being in a physical setting to an online setting, and it also led to all the students migrated to an asynchronous learning environment. To gain the information I needed for my research presentation, I created an online survey on Google Forms, which was based on questions about asynchronous learning. This survey was then distributed and filled out by 10% of the student population at USC. Based on my research findings, the transition from physical to online school for majority of the USC students were stated as stressful, drastic, unorganized, and challenging. However, and this took a toll on their mental health. However, some students called the transition great, financially better, and they even commended USC on its smooth transition. To me, USC's transition was commendable to an extent, but I believe that it could have been better. Down below, these are some comments that I pulled from the students. It felt like a bus hitting you on an empty road. It came out of nowhere. In the initial stages, it was exciting, but as time passed, it became stressful, tiring, and heavy. Listening to a teacher for long periods of time over a computer screen, not being able to feel his or her presence became boring, And instead of using the energy left to pay attention in class, write notes, and participate, you would have to use that energy to try and stay awake in class. And then the last student said, this was something I always thought that should have been introduced. So this transition was well accepted by me. In addition, 59.4% of students preferred physical school, which already puts them at a dilemma. This same dilemma causes students to not be excited anymore about attending online classes, to an extent where 35.2% of students are experiencing that they are learning somewhat less than they were when they were in physical school. Now this is a problem. What does physical learning have that asynchronous learning doesn't have? Based on the 59.4% of students that preferred physical school, they stated their reasoning based on less distractions, better learning environment, more interaction with students and teachers, and a hands-on experience of learning, and the list can go on and on. For the 40.6% of students that preferred online school, they stated that it is more beneficial to students who want to work and go to school. Less anxiety and more control over assignments, more organized and customizable to the way a student learns, more convenient and flexible and cheaper in terms of travel, food, and clothing. Now that we have identified the problem that students are having with online learning, it is now time that we address how best we can solve this problem and make the online learning experience better for everyone. After listening to the students, we have came up with some ideas, some solutions to this problem. Students have indicated the desire for more interaction between teachers and students. These interactions could be getting to know the students more, asking how they are doing, and talking with them instead of talking to them. These small gestures can honestly make a student's day. Trust me, I know. Secondly, we would like to see more blended / fully online courses. Sitting and looking at a computer screen all day can be very painful and very boring. But more blended courses would help defeat this purpose. For those who don't know, blended courses are a mixture of classes where one day would be class and the next day would be assignments, forums, quizzes, etc. Thirdly, we are asking for more seminars. These may be on mental health, productivity, and even career showcases and much more. Mental health seminars would be more beneficial because 48.5% of students stated in the survey that their mental health was severely affected. Fourthly, students are requesting for a reduced workload and extension for deadlines. And for me, I stand with my fellow students on this request. Some teachers have taken it upon themselves to overwork their students and assigning a lot of work to be completed in a short space of time, while other teachers think that it's only their class that we are taking, and this then puts a lot of pressure and stress on us students. Lastly, we would like to have more social / game nights, and I can attest to these activities ease the pressure off of us, and we actually get to have fun and enjoy ourselves. In conclusion, you have asked for the students' input on asynchronous learning, and the students have spoken. The only way that we can improve this experience for both students and teachers is if we work and move forward together beyond a pandemic response.
Thank you so much to our presenters for, again, my favorite term, an intellectually stimulating presentation. And we had tons of presentations. Now, for the interest of time, I'm going to ask the members of the presenters to respond to questions in the Q&A and the chat box. So at least we can get a wealth of questions coming in, and at least we're having some responses. So I'm going to pose some questions to at least one question to each presenter. So if I could have the presenters, let me know if you're available on Zoom, and I will go in the order of the presentations. And I want to, is Dr. Jacob there? Dr. Jacob, great.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, Dr. Jacob. Thank you so much for your presentation. And you ended in such a wonderful note. I mean, that passionate poem, I know we all felt emotional with it. So thank you so much for that. Now, my question to you is, based on your study, when you looked at the literature, how was your findings similar to that existed in the literature? And do you have plans for conducting further studies in this particular area?
Yeah, thank you for your question. We did look at studies that have been done in India, and most of the studies also show similar findings where patients were more concerned about their cancer and their treatment rather than the COVID itself, at least early in the lockdown. And yeah, sorry, your second question?
I was asking whether you have plans for further studies in this area.
We really haven't thought about it, but yes, we could do something, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. And again, thank you for such a wonderful presentation. All right, my next question would be for Jenny Jones and her team. Jenny Jones and her team. As she comes on, I want to say that I commend you as an undergraduate student. I understand and I heard the challenges that you had as a group, and this is not new to working in a group, but I commend you for taking that bold step, being an undergraduate student. And I am teaching research myself, and I do encounter some challenges, yes, with getting students to have an interest at this early stage. But is Janelle there? Or someone from her group who would be able to answer this question? Okay, I guess not, so I'll move on. Okay, Dr. Kumar, are you there? Dr. Kumar looked at the impact of COVID-19 on undergraduate dental students, a qualitative study. Dr. Kumar, are you there?
Yes.
Is Dr. Kumar there? Great. Welcome. Thank you so much. Awesome. So my question to you is, a lot of what you said is relevant to our context. Yes, you might have studied dental students, but I found that it was relevant. And coming out of it, you talked about that students were concerned about finishing the course, and they were concerned about missing that clinical interaction, that clinical concept of their course. Tell me what recommendations you have for your dental school as a result of this finding to combat this challenge?
We scheduled the timetable in order to, in a customized manner. So due to the COVID, the patient inflow will be less. So somewhere the quota has to be compromised. It has to be reduced in order to facilitate them to appear for the exams. So at the later stage, when the patient inflow increases, they can get used to the clinical skills. So that's what it's contemplating.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you again for your wonderful presentation. We could really relate to that. All right, so our fourth presenter, Dr. Mahabir. Dr. Mahabir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes,
So
Dr.
your
Georgia.
presentation, well, living in Trinidad, we could relate with what you said. I found it was so practical. And you actually gave some suggestions, and there are some persons in the chat box that you need to respond to because they have varying views. But I want to ask you, what is your plan? Because this is relevant, it's practical. You got the views of the persons affected, the migrants. And we know that right now, migrants are, they're limited in what primary health care, only to primary and emergency care. So from a COVID-19 perspective of curbing that virus, how could your study inform policy decisions at the Ministry of Health when it comes to what they are allowed to access, bearing in mind a social determinant of health being income and the fact that they are not employed, some of them, that will impact on their ability to remain healthy and to avoid this. So what is your, what suggestions, how could you transfer this message? What is your plan in disseminating this to the Ministry of Health in order to inform policy decision where based on the limitation on what they are allowed to have when it comes to healthcare accessibility?
Thank you, Dr. George. First of all, let me say that Trinidad and Tobago does not have a comprehensive migrant policy. That is to say, there are no specific procedures as to how to deal with migrants, especially illegal migrants. There is a policy with refugees, but as we know, the migrants, the Venezuelan migrants were not accepted as refugees, excepted for, I think, close to 2,000 of them. In my recommendations, I said that the government should have some pre-adaptation policies, meaning that you know that you are going to accept a certain number of persons, and many others are coming illegally. You have given them access to basic health resources, but even so, and I've seen it in the Princeton area, where on a Tuesday morning, on a Friday morning, you will pass by one of the health centers, like the Lengua Health Center, and you will see 12, 13 Venezuelans waiting for basic things like metformin or Kafanol, Panadol, whatever. What the government has to do, number one, review whatever policies they have been developing or whatever there is there, and to cater for the mental needs, the health needs of these Venezuelans. And if you have accepted these people in the country, give them access. Give them access to as much healthcare as they need, because who are they going to affect or infect later on? The same Trinidadians. Also, as you asked that question, in my research, I also found that several Venezuelans during 2019, from October to December, would have gone back to Venezuela illegally and come back here illegally. And there has been no method of testing as to who has COVID-19 or who has any other sicknesses or diseases. And they are all over the place, meaning that although I have given a figure of close to 1,000 Venezuelans in Princeton, even so, many of them in search of employment will move to different areas. And in my study, I've also looked at Siparia and San Fernando, and we are seeing that there is a constant movement of Venezuelans, especially the males, from different areas looking for jobs. If they are sick, if they are carrying diseases, nobody knows. The government needs to clamp down on this and to have a policy to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thorough response. And thank you for your presentation. And I really think you should share that with the ministry. So because you talked about information gathering, and this is exactly what they need to use to inform decisions. Thank you. Okay, and our final presenter, Kaylan Roach. Now, very intriguing. I loved your passion about your presentation, and I just felt like a faculty member who is saving me, but I appreciate what you've shared. We all appreciated what you've shared. So now I want to ask you, from Kaylan, are you there?
Yes, please, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we take your point that we need to talk to you and not necessarily at you, stuff. But based on your study, you only looked at 10% of the student population. Do you have plans of extending this further? And do you have plans as well as looking at faculty perspective of engagement during this period with students?
Thank you for that question. And yes, I would like to extend it to the rest of the student population. And I would also like to hear as to what the faculty members have to say.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we really take note of your recommendation. Thank you so much for your presentation. Because of time, we want to ask the members of our presentation team to respond to questions posed to you in the Q&A and in the chat box. And we want to thank you for staying with us. We want to encourage you to stay beyond because there's session 5 that has some more presentations geared up for you. So thank you so much for being with us and have a wonderful session. Bye for now.
When you've done all you can and it seems like it's never enough. And what do you say when your friends turn away and you're all alone, all alone? Tell me, what do you give when you're giving your all and seems like you can't make it through? Well, you just stand when there's nothing left to do. You just stand, watch the Lord see you through. Yes, after you've done all you can, you just stand. Tell me, how do you handle the guilt of your past? Tell me, how do you deal with the shame? And how can you smile while your heart has been broken and filled with pain, filled with pain? Tell me, what do you give? Yes, when you've given your all, yeah. Seems like you can't make it through. Child, you just stand when there's nothing left to do. You just stand, watch the Lord see you through. Yes, after you've done all you can, you just stand and be sure, be not entangled in that bondage again. You just stand and endure. can. After you've gone through the hurt, after you've gone through the pain, oh my. After you've gone through the storms, hallelujah. After you've gone through the rain. Just stand. Oh, oh, oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Cyril Marshall, faculty member in the School of Theology and Religion at the University of the Southern Caribbean. And it's my privilege to welcome you to the 5th session of our annual USC Research Day. I know that we have individuals who are in different places of the world, in different time zones, so whether it's morning, night, or afternoon by you, I just want to welcome you. We have 3 presenters for this 5th session, and I will briefly introduce them to you. But before I do so, just remind you that while the presentations are taking place, you can create your questions for the participants and put them in the Q&A portion in the chat box. Please also be mindful of the fact that your cameras should be off and your mics should be muted. Okay, so our first presenter is Dr. Chanchal Gayan, Associate Professor in the School of Theology and Religion at the University of the Southern Caribbean. And his presentation is titled Paradigm Transition in Ministerial Mentoring Through a Virtual Platform. Next, we have Ntokozo Nkube, ICT Manager of Sulusi Adventist University in Zimbabwe, and his presentation is titled Learning Management Systems Design Requisites for Africa. Our third presenter is Dr. Claudette Mitchell, Chair of the Department of Family and Consumer Sciences at the University of the Southern Caribbean, and her presentation is titled Challenge, Creating Alternative Practical Pathways in Nutrition and Dietetics Education. So without anything else to say, we will go to the presentations now, and after the presentations are complete, we will have a time for questions and answers. Thank you.
Respected guests, dignitaries, faculty members, staff, students, and friends. A very good afternoon to all of you. The title of my presentation is Paradigm Transition in Ministerial Training through Virtual Platform. Paradigm transition in ministerial training through virtual platform. Now, ministerial training or mentoring used to be face-to-face, especially the undergraduate students. A few schools offer the degree at undergraduate level through distance education, but many among them have short period in-house sessions for face-to-face contacts. COVID-19 has changed the context, virtual medium, for teaching and learning has occupied the center stage. How has this transition impacted the training of the potential ministerial candidate in this mentoring process? My focus is outside classroom training or mentoring. Now, my study is a pilot study and intended to expand its scope. Currently, it is limited to University of the Southern Caribbean in Trinidad. My study is a qualitative research, and the tool that I've used is interviews and discussions. And my samples are the faculty from the School of Theology and Religion. All 6 teachers are identified as Pastor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I went to them with 3 points, 2 questions, and 1 comment. First one is, mentoring, a minister does not begin and end in the classroom. And I asked them to comment on this statement. And I asked the second question, in COVID-19 context, how does mentoring process continue or be possible where teachers or mentors are not in direct touch with students? What do you envision a new normal mentoring process? Of course, this is a very hypothetical question. Now, this is what my findings are. All 6 of the teachers unequivocally agreed that face-to-face is the best method of training. May it be transmitting knowledge and information or individual mentoring. But it does not end in the classroom. Pastor 6 says classroom is the catalyst. When Pastor 2 says classroom offers only so much, it means it has limitations. Pastor 3 says classroom is strictly academic. And Pastor 4 says classroom provide least available space for mentoring. Now, when we talked about this question, COVID-19 context, how does mentoring process continue or to be possible when teachers, mentors are not in direct touch with students? Everybody agreed that it's a huge challenge because technology cannot be the substitute for face-to-face. The personal touch is missing. Seeing the student in action is not there. Visibility of the mentee is not always 100%. One may not even see the mentee in the process of discussion. The mentor may not read the true expression of the mentee. Mentor's inability to read body language of the mentee. And this is something very crucial, reduction of the number of mentees. Now, those who are in 2nd, 3rd, 4th year had a face-to-face interaction with the mentor, still continues through technology. But those who have just joined, the freshers, they are finding it challenging to connect themselves to a mentor. Mentor may need to give more time. Modeling of the mentor is also challenging. So what are the responses to those challenges? Be productive, be innovative. Make yourself available, probably more than earlier. Use technology. Use WhatsApp or such communication system for individual communication. Create an exclusive Zoom or such other platform links for mentoring sessions. Try to show them what you are doing. Ask them to show what they are doing. Provide constructive comments. Now comes that hypothetical question. What do you envision as new normal mentoring process. Everybody said it's difficult to say. Wish it becomes face-to-face. That was the comment, not for all, but a few. Probably, we will go for a blended program in terms of training, mentoring, where technology will play an important role. Be more proactive and learn more about technology. The teachers need to learn more about technology and help the students. Make every effort to stay in touch with your mentee. Be prepared to sacrifice more time and energy. In conclusion, mentoring, training ministerial students outside the classroom are essential. Without it, the preparation will be incomplete. COVID-19 is going to stay. Our new normal life may become the life we are leading now, or may be different. Some schools are planning to open with new protocols. If that happens, praise God. Some schools may go for blended. If so, let preparation be made to use the best that will be available. I thank you.
Learning Management Systems Design Requisites for Africa. My name is Noben Ntokozo, Solusi University, Zimbabwe, Africa. My topic is Learning Management Systems Design Requisites for Africa. Objectives of the research: to inform the implementation of e-learning systems for African regions of requisite requirements for successful implementation for better reach to the least student or child in the African community. To evaluate e-learning solutions in use in Africa. To study the academic transitions based on the situations of all students or children. To assess the challenges that hinder integration, digitization of academic institutions, and educational access to schools in Africa. To develop a guideline for an effective learning management system that caters for all in society, including those without internet connectivity. To develop a prototype from the finding of the research, that is for open source submission. Findings of the research. While the world has continued with virtual learning, the majority of African children or students have remained locked in their homes, doing nothing or farming. Hence, you now have more figures of students or children who are pregnant when the schools were reopened. Institutions and schools have invested on their infrastructure while their constituencies, their population that they serve, and their students remained in the old brick and mortar age. By this, I mean colleges, schools, universities, they've invested in cloud technologies, they've invested in high-speed bandwidth from fiber optics for network connectivity. But the students, the children that they serve, they remain in poverty without any connectivity to the internet. It is observed that also e-learning systems in use do not cater for all channels for easy access by all students, regardless of their class and economic status or economic means. education remains for the elite during the pandemic. And if nothing is being done, if with me and you, we don't do anything, this will remain a pipeline dream even after the pandemic. The recommendations. Education is a right for all. It is key for development and sustainability. It is time we prioritize this right for all. E-learning systems, they have to be accessible through all channels that are available for the African child or the African student. These include offline accessibility or offline app, USSD, SMS access, as well as online accessibility. To continue with learning, more resources need to be channeled to open platforms to cater for all or the majority of the African children. And finally, joint application design methodologies are a must in developing systems for African setups. Joint application design or JAD methodology is a situation or is a methodology that allows the developer of the system, the systems that we need to implement, to meet with the constituency that is being attended to make sure the system meets the needs of the constituency, that is of the school and of the children at the end of the day. The outcomes of this research was a system which is SADC Open Educational Project System, which is a free learning platform that is in use as I speak and as I present to you today. Here is the interface of the system. This system is an open platform for learning for the students in Africa, mainly in the SADC region, for those who need to write or to sit for their final examinations from their boards as well as from Cambridge. It's accessible through SMS, through USSD, through an offline app, as well as through online access. This is the major outcome from this research finding. And lastly, the other outcome is a research copy, which is available also in the open source for those who are spearheading education even after the pandemic, to learn and see how they can integrate, how they can implement the requisites or the core fundamentals for development for the e-learning systems for the African region. It is my role, me and you, that education continues even after this pandemic. I thank you.
Practical Pathways in Nutrition and Dietetics Education by Dr. Claudette Mitchell. Background. Essential points to note. The coronavirus pandemic impacted instructional delivery not only in the traditional classroom but also in the practical setting due to physical distancing, risk mitigation and isolation measures implemented due to government regulations. Moreover, the value of the practicum cannot be underestimated irrespective of the challenges that academic institutions encounter. The practicum allows for student dietitians to link theoretical knowledge to practical, contributing to understanding of concepts in the field of nutrition and dietetics, and enriches the undergraduate experience. Practical training in medical nutrition therapy, community nutrition, and food service systems management within the social and cultural context of various Caribbean territories promotes intellectual growth and development for students and an understanding of community service to the larger target population. Additionally, field experience incorporated into nutrition and dietetics programs is also designed to enhance the skill set of student dietitians and interns in the areas of nutrition care process, research, critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity and innovation of nutrition education tools for counseling. The purpose of the research paper: 1. To maintain the quality of instructional delivery for the development and advancement of students. 2. The application of theoretical knowledge in an alternate practical setting, ensuring that students meet competence. Review of the literature. Researchers documented that the COVID-19 pandemic brought a significant shift in academia, in which traditional field experiences for students in a variety of disciplines were altered from the in-person didactics to a remote asynchronous approaches. Therefore, they recommended that to strengthen practicum designs, instructors can include case-based simulation, Pathfinder tools, virtual reality, simulation-based training, and twinning. They also noted that coping strategies for the pandemic included a redevelopment of the curriculum into the online platform to facilitate learning via technology. Therefore, they noted that diversity of teaching methods is essential to meet the needs of the students. Opportunities for innovation and creativity for the USC student dietitians, practical experience during COVID-19. Transforming the field experience into virtual activities. The Department of Family and Consumer Sciences implemented presentations via Zoom platform. Example, childhood obesity. Community nutrition webinars. Team promoting health and wellness in households. Next, the heart of the matter, great value of fruits, veggies, and high fiber food. Another with the NAMDEPCO farmers, promoting good nutrition, great value, local produce at its best. For medical nutrition therapy, we utilized the virtual environment. These included NC Pro Case Studies 2020, tailored to meet the individual learning needs of students, lifelike video simulations. In discussion, the development of contingency plans to ensure contact hours for practical coursework are completed aided students in working towards fulfilling the requirements of the undergraduate degree program. The valuable lessons that we learned during this whole process include varying pathways for the practicum, diversity in teaching methods, greater incorporation of the nonprofit organization for community nutrition, utilization of telehealth, just to list a few. Overall, the experience helps students to develop digital and communication skills that are relevant for future work opportunities. In conclusion, the coronavirus pandemic created opportunities for the implementation of alternate pathways to ensure quality education in the field of nutrition and dietetics, broadening the perspectives of educators. Overall, these are my references. Thank you for listening.
Okay, those presentations were short and to the point. We have just a couple of minutes available for a couple of questions. The first question is directed to Dr. Guyan, and the question is, have you considered evaluating the perspective of mentees within a virtual environment? Your presentation focused on the mentor, but what about the mentees in a virtual environment?
Well, yes. You know, as I said, that this research has a very wider scope. I just did it as a pilot. Possibly, I will also take that into consideration of how to see the perspective of the mentees for that matter. Thank you for that very good suggestion.
Okay, Thank you very much. Nkube, I have a question here for you. How do you bridge the technological gap for students and teachers who have had little to no exposure to current technological platforms? How do you propose to do that?
Thank you. What I propose from the presentation, from the research, is to develop systems that allow all the different groups of people that are accessible for the lecturer and for the student, and that are of cheap cost or that are open to the extent that by the end of the day, everyone is able to learn without having to hustle or without having to find more money or to hustle for economic needs. So the system that we propose is to make sure that accessibility is not only on online or on SMS only or on USSD, but it also has to be offline so that somebody who's in the rural area far away is able to continue learning as normal.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We don't have a question for Dr. Mitchell at this time, but I would like to know that you can continue the discussion on the forum. Right now, we are going to have to bring an end to this 5th session and get ready for the 6th session that comes up in a short while. Thank you very much to our presenters and for the fantastic research and work that you are doing. Thank you.
Yesterday will come.
Well, greetings everyone. I warmly welcome all of you, our listeners, viewers, and research participants to the final session of our USC Virtual Research Day 2021. Your presence and participation are truly appreciated. I want to say a special welcome to the panelists who will be involved in the roundtable discussion at this time. Again, we have an august international group of researchers and academics to close off a well-spent time as we discussed various types of research that gives us a perspective post-pandemic. I also take significant pleasure in welcoming the moderator for this session. He is none other than Mr. Paul Richards, who was appointed as an independent senator to the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on September 23rd, 2015. As an independent senator, Mr. Richards continues to have his voice heard on many pressing national issues. Mr. Richards has over 35 years of experience in radio and television broadcasting, management, and production. Currently, Mr. Richards is pursuing his doctoral studies with Andrews University in Bering Spring, Michigan, in educational psychology. Some of you may know, others may not, that he is an alumnus of CUC, Caribbean Union College, now the University of the Southern Caribbean. In fact, many of you may not know him personally, but for those of you who were on the campus in times past, you probably will remember his distinctive voice. Mr. Richards continues to use that voice to uplift the youth and to advocate on behalf of persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups. Senator Richards, I hope you don't, that you would allow me, don't mind if I do a bit of name dropping in this public sphere. So attendees, I want you to know that many moons ago, I had the pleasure of teaching Mr. Richards. Indeed, Senator, it's been a long time since Psychology 101. And so with that, I want to graciously welcome you and turn this session over to you at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. It is my pleasure to be a part of this 15th USC Research Day out of the Department of Research and Innovation. And I want to thank Dr. Susan Chan.
We aren't hearing you, Senator Richards.
Are you hearing me yet? 1, 2, 3. Are you hearing me yet?
Yes, we are hearing him.
You're hearing me? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Your volume is very low, Mr. Senator Richards.
All right, well, I'll have to project my voice then. Are you hearing me better now?
Ah, that's the voice.
All right. Hello, everyone, and thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Roberts, for that wonderful introduction. And yes, I remember Psych 101 when I walked into the Caldwell halls of University of the Southern Caribbean, CUC, and I said, what am I doing here? And it was a person like yourself, Dr. Roberts, who, because of the way you are engage your students, encouraged me to stay, and I'm still at University of the Southern Caribbean, well, Andrews University, so I appreciate you being the person to introduce me today. It's good to see you, and congratulations on all your own success. Thank you all for inviting me. In particular, Dr. Susan Chan, who I know has been a champion of these research days at USC for the last 15 years. I remember when it started, we as students were at pains to attend. And shortly after that, we realized it was one of the most wonderful engagements we had in our university life at University of the Southern Caribbean. So we have a wonderful session planned for you today, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. This session is called, of course, Moving Beyond the Pandemic Response, Success Stories and Future Endeavors. And it gives me great pleasure to give you a sense of what our panel is going to be today. First of all, we're happy to welcome Mrs. Retha Maidon, who was born in Malaysia and graduated from Andrews University with a BA and an MA. Her work experience includes teaching at Sabah Adventist Secondary School in Malaysia, Southeast Asia Union College, Singapore, and Asia Pacific International University, Thailand. She's been serving as a VPAA since August of 2019. So we welcome Mrs. Maidon. Next, we welcome Mr. Santosh Kumar, who is the research editor and assistant professor of religious studies at Spicer Adventist University in Pune, India. He's also the online teaching learning coordinator at Spicer after the COVID-19 pandemic. He's published the book Salvation, In the Light of the Cross and the Crescent, and research articles for International Journal. He's currently a doctoral candidate at DMIS program at Andrews University of the USA. And of course, someone who is well known on the campus of USC, Dr. Wanda E. Chesney is the current provost of the University of the Southern Caribbean. She's been guiding the minds in pursuit of excellence for the past 30 years. She's a passionate educator who has taught at the tertiary level in Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, and the United Kingdom. Dr. Chesney has made considerable contributions in teaching and learning and interdisciplinary research. In 2011, she created a methodological approach called Groundings, a post-colonial methodology used for research with a view to engage in liberatory and participatory research. Dr. Chesney is a graduate of the University of Guyana and the University of the West Indies and the University of Sheffield. She holds degrees in the areas of education administration, communication studies, development studies, international relations, and education policy and practice. Also later on, we will have Dr. Paul Giles, who has a PhD in molecular cell biology and
I guess you got disconnected.
We can't hear you now. We can't hear you.
Okay.
No audio.
Are you hearing me now?
I am now hearing, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Associate Vice President of Graduate Studies and Research, Dean for the College of Natural and Applied Sciences, Allied Health and Nursing, and Chairman of the Department of Biology, Chemistry, and Medical Technology. And of course, we also welcome Dr. Victor, and I hope I get this right, Kornejuk is a doctor of philosophy in the area of education, educational psychology, originally from Argentina, where he studied elementary school teaching, pedagogy, philosophy, school psychology, and theology. He is currently a professor in the graduate program at the School of Education, director of publications and director of affiliate programs at Mexico Morelos University. He's also the editor of the Revista Internacional de Estudios in Educación, the International Journal of Studies in Education. The spiritual development of children and adolescents, as well as development of language skills, among others, constitute his line of research. In addition, he's the director of the Centro Interdisciplinario de Investigación. And last but by no means least, we welcome Dr. John Anderson, who has served in various academic administrative. He's a senior vice president, VP Academic Affairs, assistant provost for graduate education, online learning, school dean, department chair, IA director, and faculty positions in over 40 years. Areas of teaching and research interest include management, human resource management, strategic management, marketing management, and business communication. He's worked with accreditation, compliance, and self-study projects at the university and school level. He's also served on-site accreditation teams as a committee member and chair. His accreditation experience also includes serving as an accreditation consultant and an MBA external reviewer. So we have a wonderful 6-session plan for you today. At this time, we'd like to welcome to start off our presentations, Mrs. Rita Maidon Lampadam, Vice President of Academic Administration, South Pacific International University of Thailand. And she will, of course, present in the roundtable discussion moving beyond the pandemic response, success stories, and future endeavors. So we hand over now to Mrs. Rita Maidan Lampadan.
Hi, Paul. Both Dr. Manu and Dr. Lampadam are not here at the moment.
Okay, a slight change in program at this time. We'll get back to that part of the program later on. Let me hand over to Mr. Santosh Kumar. Mr. Kumar, you're starting our session today. Thank you for accommodating it.
Well, thank you so much. Well, greetings to you all from Spice Adventist University, India. I'm happy and privileged to be a part of a beautiful and informative program so far. And looks like I have about 6 minutes, and I will briefly present to you Spice Adventist University's success story during the pandemic and our future endeavors. The COVID-19 pandemic led to a global crisis that impacted almost every sector of the society. Every aspect was affected, and the consequences were unimaginable. Advanced countries like the United States of America struggled to cope with the pandemic's impact. Imagine the condition of a country like India, which is still considered to be a third world country and also a developing country today. That means we have challenges, and these challenges contributed when the pandemic hit our nation. We were not planned, we were not prepared, nor we had resources and mediums to overcome the crisis. However, by God's grace, at Spicer, we briefly studied the situation and started planning on how to go about continuing education. To give you a brief background of what happened during the lockdown, the students who were stuck at Spicer University were assisted in reaching their homes safely by providing them private transportations to the airport, bus depot, train stations. Meals were provided freely for them. They were assisted towards medical test clearances and etc. The deans of the students and other administrators carefully monitored each student from the time they left the campus till they reached their hometown quarantine center. And during this, all the SOP, the standard operating procedures were carefully followed. And as a result, there was no infection case reported among the students. About 284 students remained at Spicer dormitory during the lockdown, during the high cases rising, both male and female, and they were safeguarded. They were carefully living within the campus. Their meals were declared free, and they lived in the campus, the dormitory, safely. Spicer Adventist University officially closed on March 14, 2020, and took a stand to support the country in minimizing the risk factors due to the pandemic. Since all classes were called off, SAU had a new challenge on how to go about the teaching learning process without causing any effect on the future of the students. Assuming a long-term deprivation based on the increasing cases of infection that may occur due to the pandemic, within a few days, the Office of Research and Innovation, the IT team, and the HR team organized a faculty training workshop that was conducted online to facilitate the teachers to understand and be prepared for an online shift for teaching and learning. The effort was challenging. And the challenge was mostly among the senior faculties who had a tough time understanding online teaching platforms. including Zoom, Google Meet, Google Classroom, online learning, lecture recording, digital notes, online exams, and online registration for new enrollments. So we had challenges. So soon after, a team was formed in which each individual was assigned to train, facilitate, and moderate both teachers and students toward a successful semester that was about to start. And that's where even I played a role of being the online learning coordinator for the Department of Religious Studies. On June 1st, 2020, Spicer Adventist University shifted its learning platform from an entirely physical class to a completely online platform. Now, we were not sure if we could get a decent number of enrollment for the new school year, but you know, we did decently well to our surprise. We had about 800 new enrollments resulting from a planned process towards online learning, you know, education and transition, that's what we are calling it. So from online registration to open book exam, the university observed every challenging situation and rectified them to have a better teaching and learning experience. A few of those challenges were unavailability of good internet connection in remote areas. Forget remote areas, I'm in an urban setting right now and I'm experiencing a power shutdown. You may not be able to see me very clearly because I am experiencing a power shutdown right now at this time, which is like 11 o'clock. So we have challenges, we have internet issues, and many of the students come from countryside where there is hardly any mobile network available. Another challenge that we experienced was unavailability of smart devices like laptop or a smartphone even. And this is due to the lack of financial support where many cannot afford to buy a smartphone to attend classes. Well, with trust in God and cooperation with the local church body, many students received support from local churches where the pastors would share their phones during class time, even help them to download lectures and videos. At present, we have just concluded our first semester online and started registration for the second semester. And we are prepared to take the learning online again due to the rise in COVID cases in India. The Office of Research and Innovation took advantage of this pandemic situation and organized several webinars and workshops to maintain the sense of engagement during an uncertain isolation period. We invited both national and international speakers to participate and present on relevant topics in not just academics, but also lifestyle, mental health, etc., that affects researchers and academic performances. So in this manner, we at Spicer are moving forward in spite of the pandemic's restriction. Education at Spicer will be on the go no matter what. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. We appreciate your amazing presentation and giving us your real-life experience of transition through the pandemic to a planned engagement of students and success in that regard. We go back to the original program now, of course, and we head this time to Malaysia. We hope that Mrs. Maidon is ready. Let's take it now to Mrs. Rita Maidon Lampadam, who is the Vice President of Academic Administration, Asia Pacific International University in Thailand. Mrs. Lampadam, go ahead, please.
Good morning from Thailand. It's midnight. It's midnight here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing it loud and clear. Go ahead, and good afternoon from Trinidad and Tobago.
I see. Good afternoon, I guess good night here, and I'm not sure what time is the rest of the world. Yeah, sorry, I was not able to join a little earlier. I had to wake up. And yeah, I heard some of the presentation. Thank you very much. Now I remember, I think we are given 6 minutes. Is it still 6 minutes or less now?
No, you have your 6 minutes. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Now in terms of experience, it's very similar to what Spicer experienced in terms of trying to prepare or trying to deal with the sudden emergency, a sudden need here. But I was reflecting on probably what we have appreciated out of this difficult experience is this: what the university was not able to do in 20 years, it was able to do in 4 months. This is what I meant. Okay, this is what I meant. It's very similar to Spicer experience in terms of getting teachers to adopt technology in teaching. But COVID was able to put everyone in the same boat, finally, because of the need. And while there are teachers who have been always, very comfortable with technology, we always have a group of people who find technology very, very challenging. But with the COVID situation, at least even those who were allergic to technology was eventually able to learn how to actually develop a certain measure of comfort level to teach online, okay? Using Zoom, using Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and just like trying to do all of that. And so I think one of the greatest things that we appreciate from this difficult experience is for our teachers to be able to actually teach online. And then, of course, in the beginning, it was just transferring from, using the classroom mode, simply going to online, okay, teaching mode. Eventually, we realized that you can't just try to maintain the same way of teaching in the classroom and online mode. So it has been a steep learning experience, and it was discovering what's not working, and what's working. I think it's
yes, you realize what I mean, right?
Yes, it was just like that. And so right now, I think a lot of the teachers are very comfortable with online experience right now, except that our students are missing the social connection, okay? And in the beginning, there were lots of complaints from the students about how things were going. And I think on top of that, the isolation made it very difficult. Along with other issues, like they were not allowed to have sports, they were not allowed to have gatherings, we didn't have church. And so that was also very difficult for the university in a way. So apart from dealing with the technological issue, we had to find other ways to minister to the needs of our students, which was rather challenging in the beginning. But by now, I think we are beginning to finding ways on how to implement things in a new normal. And I guess what I think the saying that says, what doesn't kill you make you stronger in a way. And I think there is something that has strengthened us as a community in facing COVID-19. There are challenges still because of the restriction, but I think we have found a way to deal with that issue. Now, that doesn't mean that we are not looking forward to have face-to-face. We are still anticipating and looking forward to have the time when we can resume normal operation, but it might be a while. So I think our greatest success story is really for our faculty members to learn how to deal with that individually and collectively. Yeah. I think my 6 minutes is up.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Maida Lampadam. That's a very interesting experiential testimony. And one of the things I can also add, being a lecturer myself, and I'm sure many of you can relate to this, is in the past, before COVID or pre-COVID, there was a reluctance from baby boomers and people older to engage technologies. And I think COVID has closed the gap between baby boomers, Gen Xers, and millennials in terms of the use and application of technology. So we're a little closer in that way, although we're physically separated. And I agree with you in that very early on, many would have presumed that we could have just transferred in-class social interactions to online, and we have to transition the modalities in that way also. So thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
And I have to also say it's wonderful to be able to moderate a panel from all around the world.
Yes,
so
this is an idea, right?
We're closing gaps in terms of collaborations between different faculties also around the world and different institutions. So that's also an addition. We come back home now to Trinidad Tobago, and I stress home because I am in Trinidad Tobago to someone who's well known at the USC campus, provost at the University of the Southern Caribbean. Let's go now to Dr. Wanda Chesney.
All right. Welcome to my colleagues from all over the world. It's so wonderful that we can share in this way. And, you know, as you rightly pointed out just now, Mrs. Rita, we're able to explore and to do new things as a result of COVID. So even in the crisis, even in the pandemic, there were tremendous opportunities. For USC, I can tell you that we monitored what was happening globally, and at the level of administration, we started preparing. And we had meetings almost every day, the administration, as to the efforts that we would take should we have to go on a lockdown. And in fact, the same day that the president held a meeting with the entire faculty and staff and made the announcement that should there be 3 persons, we're going to close the university. We had that meeting the morning, and the afternoon, the prime minister came on and he announced to the nation that we're going on a lockdown. And that would have taken place the Monday 16th. In actuality, we had 1 week to train all the faculty. But there was a little advantage for us. A number of our faculty were already trained in blended and online teaching. This was an annual thing that they'd be engaged in. So a number of them were trained, but there was still a large percentage of them who had never done anything. So some of them were trained, but they hadn't actually taught the classes using the online or even the blended approach. So in 1 week, there was this intensive training done by the School of Distance Education. And then we transitioned. You may have heard a presentation from one of the students this morning about how some of the students felt. You know, they have been weaned on the face-to-face, and so it was shocking for them. Some of our teachers also experienced that. In fact, some of the teachers talked about being overwhelmed, you know, in the transition process. For the most part, we had about 80% of our teachers who transitioned and were doing a good job. We still had that 20% who did not get a hang of the technology and were therefore unable to actively utilize the technologies that they would have been exposed to in the training. And so there were those kinds of challenges. And of course, the students, you know, they identify those challenges. Dr. Mitchell and I did a research where we looked at the challenges they face, and the students talked about the lack of information from both faculty and administration. They talked about limited teaching, where, you know, the information was merely posted and there wasn't that teaching. They were so accustomed to getting the support, and the lack of the social presence in the classroom was something that impacted them negatively. They also felt that they had too many assignments. Now it's a bugbear because essentially there must be learner autonomy in this space. They've got to take responsibility for everything they're doing. And they did not have the teacher going through with them, you know, as they were accustomed to. But outside of that, from the level of administration, you know, we prepared with continuity plans. We had a distance education policy. We just rolled all those things out because we were observing and planning and preparing. We did things like a framework for alternative assessment. We looked at an academic plan, contingency plan. And so all of these plans we were rolling out, you know, week after week, we're putting them into effect and we're monitoring everything that is going on. We paid attention to our frontline workers. Our frontline workers were teachers and our administrators. because they had to essentially keep monitoring the operations and ensure that everything was going according to plan. Of course, it was not perfect. We all endured challenges along the way because this crisis was unprecedented, but I think that we coped well. Through it all, we were able to, we focused on our students. Of course, some of them had to leave the country. We facilitated that process. For those who had to remain on campus because they could not leave, we provided for them. We catered for their needs, and we locked the campus down so that there would not be an outbreak, because that was a concern that we had, because of course, we have both students and administrators living on campus. And so that was something that, we were concerned about. All our services we put online. We did a whole digitalization of our services, so the students wouldn't have to worry how to access certain forms to get things done. We set up help desks in every school, every department, so that the university technically did not lock down. We operated virtually, all the services and everything. And then we started to think about innovation, because clearly in cutting off some of our income generating areas, we needed to be able to ensure that we could continue. And in that way, we looked at things like, we started a bread business, selling bread externally. We looked at leasing out our estate, the farm, to ensure that, that there was some money coming in. We started a webinar series. That was for free though. Even though we managed to reach a number of persons and we dealt with a number of social and economic and academic and professional issues, we were able to extend our vistas and engage with our colleagues all over the world, just as we're doing today through the webinar series. We engaged in a number of professional development courses. We launched that, and we were able to have persons coming in. Some of the critical services I can tell you at that time that we implemented were the online counseling services. We recognized students, had psychological issues. Some people had difficulty coping. We had our registration done online. We had academic advisement done online by our advisement center. We had the colloquium. We normally keep a colloquium, and we had that done online where we connected, with faculty and staff. And then we had our first ever conferral ceremony. We were planning to have this big graduation. We had to forget about that. And we had a wonderful conferral ceremony. In fact, we had 2 conferral ceremonies during that year. And going forward, the past has taught us. We're still learning as we're going through. We did a survey last year where we evaluated our students, our faculty. We learned from that. We're putting the systems in place as we go along. We're consistently improving on what we've done. We look at the upcoming semester, and we plan to have both synchronous and asynchronous approaches. We want as well to ensure that we do continuous training of our faculty. Our borders are still closed, so that at this time we cannot see our international students returning. And that will not happen unless it's open. And so we're planning essentially about having more of a hybrid, high flex kind of approach to education delivery as we go forward. And because of the situation, it's still very fluid. All we can do at this stage is plan, but we are ensuring that whatever it is that we do, that we will be investing in the technologies that will help us to enhance what we've been doing. And one of the critical issues is engaging with students. Student engagement is still a very big issue in this modality, and that has come out from all the studies that we've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Chesney for that interesting and enlightening expose into how USC has transitioned from face-to-face to online. And I know that I certainly have benefited as a lecturer because of the hard work you've done behind the scenes, preparing the faculty and the students for this transition. And I would tell you once again, think about the advantages of this very forum. Why we would love to welcome all our guests to Trinidad Tobago to enjoy our warm weather. I'm sure this is much more cost effective in a lot of ways.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
and just for the person who posted the question online, Mrs. Maidam Lampadam is from Malaysia. So yes, she's coming to us live from Malaysia. It's about midnight there. So we thank her for staying up. All right, just before we go to our next segment, we have a quick bit of intercession here. We would like to welcome one of USC's proud alumni. Please welcome Chelsea Seeley at this time, and we'll continue just after that. Let's show appreciation. We can do some digital applause there for Chelsea Seeley, USC alumnus. We also get entertainment virtually. We'd like to thank you for that, of course. Let's continue now with our special guests. At this time, we'd like to introduce the Dean of the Office of Research and Graduate Studies, North Caribbean University in Jamaica. Please welcome Dr. Paul Giles.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. It's my pleasure to be sharing with you on this wonderful occasion. With regards to, I'm trying to get this PowerPoint going. With regards to Northern Caribbean, I bring greetings from the President, faculty members, staff, students from Northern Caribbean University. With regards to our opening and the operation at Northern Caribbean University, things have changed considerably. I'm trying to share the screen with a PowerPoint, but it seems like I'm having a little bit of challenge, you know, but there you go. I don't know, you're all able to see that, right? All right. Upon COVID, entry of COVID, it disturbed the entire university, family and the environment. We had to huddle together a team of 32 individuals involving faculty, staff on all the major areas, gathered together and held discussions concerning how best to open school following the lockdown. Our government shut down the entire system and we had to comply with the government's regulation. Immediately, we had to huddle together to see how best to deal with our students and the population. We had to send home our students, those from overseas. We get them on flights and we get them going to their country because we realize that it seems like it's going to be a long haul. However, following that, we get together and we decided that we would formulate principles guided by Northern Caribbean University, something that is feasible, practical, acceptable, and tailored to the needs of the Northern Caribbean University community. We realized that security was a big part of the whole issue. And the residents, all students, faculty members, we realized that everybody is at risk if we don't draft up proper policies in order to regulate the university. So some of the assumptions for the reopening in terms of safety, all persons should observe the COVID-19 safety protocol by the government, and individuals entering the campus, everyone should wear a mask. We set up eye wash stations, We ensure that temperature checks were done at the entry level, at all entry to the campus. And we encourage individuals to stay at home or self-isolate. Other decisions we made, hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, this was supposed to be practiced, and we set up stations at strategic points so individuals could make sure their hands are washed when we resume classes. On resumption, most of nearly 100% was online, and we had started that mode of operation from before, so it wasn't difficult because we had a good platform going and we were in the process of transferring a lot of our programs online, so it was not that difficult. We had to retrain our faculty members to ensure that they are on the cutting edge so they could prepare for the students when they resume classes. And we did right around final examination. All final examinations were offered online. And we had to huddle together to ensure that it worked. So the university, information system area, they provided the framework so that all exams could be conducted online. Individuals who did not have the background, they were trained, so they were able to offer their courses online. In terms of operation at the main university, we made the decision that only the necessary departments would be open, and others that had options, those individuals will stay online, because we believe that infecting individuals on campus, that would be the last thing you want, because that's bad publicity for the Northern Caribbean University. So we had physical barriers, communal space, places well marked out. So when we reopened, we were supposed to have graduation. We had to put off graduation from August to December. And when we resumed classes in September, we resumed with 98% being online. And the other 2% were individuals with certain majors like nursing and such forth. There were some face-to-face classes in which we had to observe based upon the nature of those programs. And we ensure that classes are small, those laboratory spaces are well utilized, and individuals are well spaced in order to manage the situation that exists. We end up having, as I mentioned, most of our classes were online, and we utilize the platform Blackboard, Collaborate, Moodle, Zoom, all the systems were utilized so that we could maximize our delivery. We accepted freshmen, some who wanted to stay on campus. We reduced the amount of individuals that stayed in the dormitory. We only had one per room. We had to scale down because we want to ensure that there's no spread on the main campus once we open in September of 2020. We had a wonderful semester and everything went well. Most of our students were happy and the system were working perfectly. We ended up with graduation in December, and we had to have a virtual graduation. It's the first we enter into something like that, but things went well and our students were pleased and all went well. In terms of moving forward in January, we continue to have most of our classes in 98% operating online just the same, and we maintain a skeletal, a system in which for classes that are offered on main campus for some individuals. A big thing that took place, we had the opportunity to cut the workforce because some areas were not as important as before. So we had to take the step by laying off some individuals, and some we had restructure and shift some individuals to other areas where their expertise could be utilized, so that there's a smooth transition across the university, because we don't want to hurt members of the workforce. But however, we continue and we're looking forward. We are following the protocols and we are ensuring that we uphold all the mandates given by the government with regards to operation at the Northern Caribbean University. Colleagues, it's a different ball game, but we try to make sure that in our delivery, we ensure that our Christian principles are maintained throughout. There's a common thread throughout our courses, so students will still get a Christ-centered education online. This is a brief presentation concerning what is at Northern Caribbean University, and moving forward, we are still recruiting individuals. We have the opportunity to have individuals from different countries now because we are fully online. So welcome all those individuals who want to be a part of Northern Caribbean University. I want to thank you very much for listening, and we'll continue to work together as colleagues to iron out all the nicks and all the challenges so we can be effective as we face the future. Thank you very much. I hope you all have benefited from the presentation. Are there questions?
Thank you, Dr. Gaz. We'll hold the questions for after the next presentation, but we thank you for your presentation. And just I'll pose two questions that our panelists can wrap their brains around and we can answer after our next two presentations, so you get a sense of what's coming up. First of all, of course, following what Dr. Gaz just said, are there opportunities for cross-cultural collaborations, given that everything's online now in several jurisdictions? And also, what are your thoughts on the relationship between the disruptions caused by the pandemic and the drives for innovation in your various jurisdictions and institutions? Right, so you can wrap your brain around those questions while we go to our next presenter. Let's welcome the Director of Affiliation Programs at the University of Montemorelos, Mexico, Dr. Victor Kornijuk. I hope I pronounced your name right.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you hear?
Go ahead.
Greetings from Montemorelos. First of all, I want to express a word of thanks to SCU for inviting me to participate in this Research Day 2021, specifically in this roundtable. I want to, because of my language strength, I want to share with you a presentation. I prepare many of the things that you have, my colleagues have presented. We already, sorry of that. Okay. I want to share some lessons we learned so far as Adventist University from the pandemic. As I said, we shared a lot of the situation, the problems you shared as part in this roundtable. We also experienced here at Montemorelos. What we have learned. So I just list some lessons. Number one, reinventing scenarios overnight to provide education. I listen to you, the same happened today. We have to go ahead with education. We didn't interrupt, but we have to make some change. Suddenly, face-to-face classes became synchronous ones, synchronous, in the same schedule. We deliver all of our classes in the same schedule through in a synchronic modality. So we have to change the way of contact between students, between teacher and among students, and between teacher and students. We have to go different. Church services, assemblies, and other gatherings from presential face-to-face to just to online way. You see the temple empty, only the presenters over there. It becomes a studio for delivering, streaming our programs. The same happened with the festivities, traditional celebration like graduations, national holidays, concerts. Now we have to do a virtual graduation. Lifestyle habits, it changed also. The concerts, the way we developed a variety of competencies changed from face-to-face to online ways. Second lesson, we learned that we need a new special relationship with students and their families. And instead of coming up to campus to be transformed as missionaries, Montemorelos University, goes to your home for you to be transformed as missionary, impacting your family, your church, your local community. Things like lifestyle, cooking, exercise classes should be changed to virtual one. Cultural programs, we have to deliver totally online. Student participates in them from their own countries. This, for example, this is one from one student is presenting something about their Independence Day from some historical points of their settings, current settings, their context. Third lesson, communication, communication, communication. Much emphasis on communication. Sorry about that. We very soon learned that we have to communicate with parents and students. During summer, we have daily interaction with parents and students from our president, and during school year, on a weekly basis. 1 hour, 1.5 hours, where the president answer question and answer referred to what we are doing in terms of facing this situation, this contingence. Another lesson about communication. We have internal communication. We have to have a lot of meetings with staff, with faculty, trying to put all our human resources in the direction of face the problem. Some things we have to do: flexibility to move forward successfully amid uncertainty. We have to adjust our academic regulation, our payment methods, our times of admission and enrollments, and we have to adjust our educational model. Starting in 2018, we have one model we call Modelo Diamante A+. Now we have to adjust the current one is MDA+, which is a didactic model our professors have to follow to adjust the current contingency. I don't have a lot of time, so I will move quickly. We learned another lesson: essential role of health is very important. Physical, emotional, mental health. There are health safety issues involved. By instance, the effect of screens, the time of screen time, exposition to screen from our students affects their health. We had personnel with health needs. By the way, we have lost 2 faculty members because of COVID-19. Another things we had to learn: need to support faculty in terms of technology, connectivity, equipment, devices, accessories, online resources for support teaching online. We have to adapt the teaching strategies to deliver in these new modalities, deliver teaching in these new modalities, and we found that technology is a must. Fortunately, starting like 20 years ago, we had a very robust learning management system, which is very useful for us in this time. We have used regularly in our face-to-face classes, but using this platform in order to synchronize with the academic system. So it helped a lot to our professors. Now the professors were accustomed to it, so it was quite easy to follow with it in this new modality. What else? We have to strengthen our connection on campus, like all of you told us. Some professors didn't have a good connection at home, so they were invited to lead their classes from their offices at Montemorelos campus. We have to also to strengthen our how to say it, like information repository safety. We have to equip studios. We have for recording and filming. And we learn also to do more with less. Use what you have. So we redirect a lot of financial and human resources to meet these new needs. We have to allocate money, much money to scholarships, because these changes, the academic load naturally was affected, even teaching the same amount of courses. You know what I am talking about. Creativity, we have to use a lot of creativity to give new uses to common resources. And we learned to take advantage of our community values, like engaging church, community, alumni, and constituencies to go ahead with our program. The university church community was a strong support, alumni with information and resources, board of trustees support from and report to Inter-American Division. We have to a good relationship with the hospitals around, because our technology students make transfer of technology, helping with safety supplies, etc. Another things we learned, deal with socioeconomic inequalities of students and their families. During March to May, we have to locate on campus some places and equipment for online classes for those who didn't have equipments. And from August to December, we got some licenses to allow recording classes. At the beginning, we didn't have that, and Zoom phone, so allowing access to classes through local phone calls. We have to put, I already said, scholarship for those most in need, even fundraising for those most in need.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Konijak. You have 1 more minute left in your presentation, please.
Pardon me?
Do you have a 1 minute time frame?
Okay, I will close telling we have to put admission, registration, even canvassing and fundraising campaign totally online. What is next? And my 30 seconds. We have to prepare professionals for scenarios with major crises, and God will continue providing resources to fulfill our mission during crisis. We are convinced of that, and that we need to attract more students in diversity modalities offering SDA education. And I will take advantage of this forum to say the previous one. A partnership across institutions to avoid duplication and redundancy across SDI higher education. Thank you. I think we have challenges. We can face them together. Thank you. Sorry, my poor English.
That's all right. We understood you quite well. Thank you very much, Dr. Victor Konijak, Director of Affiliation Programs, University of Montemorelos in Mexico. It's a very comprehensive and holistic presentation. And last but by no means least, let's go to the Associate Provost for Graduate Education e-Learning and the Dean of the School of Business, Oakwood University in Alabama, US, Dr. John Anderson.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here with you, and I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to just share some things with you about the experiences at Oakwood University. And really my presentation may be sort of a summary of what we've shared already, because I think our experiences have been very, very similar, and our challenges very similar, and our approaches to moving forward are very similar. And so my focus will be on lessons that carry into the future. It will primarily focus on the academic area, but it'll also impact the academic support areas and other entities across the campus. And so once a decision was made at Oakwood University that we were closing the campus and going to virtual learning, and we were intentional by utilizing the word virtual instead of the word online learning, because online learning, courses that are 100% online, they take a while to develop, and they contain certain components. But like you, we only had 1 week to convert all of our courses into a virtual modality. So you could not put all of the components of online learning there. So we use the term virtual learning. And so we basically decided, once that decision is made, we recognize that number one, time is not our friend. We only had a very, very short time to do this. So how can we get this done? Once we were shutting down, and the students were given a week to transition home and get settled in, and then the classes would begin again. And so we felt that number one, because time was not our friend, we had to be better at decision making. We had to be more efficient and more effective with our decision making. So we created what was called a responsiveness task force to facilitate all of the decisions that would be made related to converting the institution. And so that responsive task force was a very large committee made up of about 35 to 40 individuals from across the university. And that committee was empowered with making decisions that normally senior administration would make. And that committee divided itself into various task forces, such as we had a public health committee, we had a faculty development committee, we had an online futures curriculum committee, we had a budget committee, we had a mental and social health committee. Those various committees they were charged with coming up with recommendations to address areas in their focus. And coming back to that committee, to the entire committee to share, to help with informed decision-making. So we were able to make better decisions, faster decisions, with addressing all of the issues related to implementation of those decisions. That committee still exists today. It does not meet 3 times a week. It went from 3 times to 2 times a week to 1 time a week, and now is meeting every 2 weeks as we are still managing this scenario. And then also we found that faculty readiness can make or break you. As many have mentioned already, the coronavirus pandemic did prove to be a blessing in one respect, in that it helped the institution to embrace virtual instruction, whereas there were different pockets resisting it. Because we couldn't resist it, we had to do it, then that resistance to change was just melted away. But we found that within that 1 week, we created what we called a certification, a certification in online teaching, a rapid certification program in online teaching. That program could be completed in 1 week. And we use what we call our technology stars amongst our faculty to be the teachers for that program. Thereby, people were more open, and also the examples and illustrations were more relevant. And so those faculty gave up their time to teach their peers. And also we adopted the philosophy that whereas before Corona, it was voluntary to get trained on online learning, now is mandatory. So everyone had to go through this rapid online learning program if you had not already gone through an existing program that took 8 weeks of training, so that everyone would be certified in online learning, both building courses and teaching courses. And then we also found out that, of course, those faculty who had already embraced the use of the current technology, their transition was much smoother than those who were just getting into it. And so now we have, going forward, we have a continuous, robust, expanded faculty development program where we're repeating training programs and we're introducing new programs. Instead of doing it twice a semester, now we're offering different programs every month and providing incentives for faculty to engage in these training opportunities. And then also we identified lead faculty in each department who received a stipend to support their peers in converting their courses into a virtual format. We selected 3 different modalities: 100% online, what we call hybrid, and then high flex. So the faculty could decide which approach they would use. And then they had one of their peers there to assist them with converting those courses if they were experiencing challenges. And then also, we found that institutional awareness is a must. And this is that focus on communication that had been mentioned. Institutional awareness of what's happening around the world, institutional awareness of what's happening at sister institutions, institutional awareness about best practices. So we had people getting into the literature, bringing this information forward and sharing it. We were running surveys of our students, surveys of our faculty, surveys of our parents, to get information about what's working, what's not working, making adjustments as we go along. Again, our previous presenters talked about communicating with our constituency. So we conducted what we call forums, online forums or virtual forums. We have forums with our students, forums with our parents, forums with students and parents, forums with prospective students, where we shared information. These were all online using Zoom, where we shared information and we collected information. And we were doing these on a continuous basis to keep everybody informed. And so different components of what I have described, we're still doing right now as we converted everything that we do at our institution to a virtual delivery, because we actually closed the campus and everyone was working remotely, except for what we call, again, the essential workers who had to come in to the campus. So this was a very, very painful experience, but also it was a somewhat rewarding experience because it helped us to advance in areas that we needed to make advancements in. And now we've decided that we're opening the campus in the fall. We're going back to face-to-face instruction, but all of our courses are designed in such a way that we can flip them back to virtual instruction within an hour. And so if there's ever the need again for the campus to close or modify its operations, that capacity is there to immediately switch to virtual learning at any time. So going forward, we will always build that capacity, even if our courses are designed for face-to-face. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson, for that very interesting presentation there. So now we're into the Q&A section. So I'll start with the questions, and I guess panelists can jump in as they see fit. One of the questions I want to jump off with is, how have, and I know Dr. Corniger spoke about it for a while in part of his presentation, how have the different campuses and institutions dealt with providing mental and physical health services for faculty and students, given that on one hand, students and faculty had to adjust to online learning and teaching, in addition to their own other parts of their lives at home, which were also stress related in their home lives. So I don't know who wants to go first.
Okay, I can say that besides the communication, the permanent communication, our president with the faculty in meetings and the School of Psychology organized a special, I don't know how to say it, like a task force to address these things. So from the administration and from School of Psychology in a special group, especially addressed to support psychologically, mentally, to
No sound.
Dr. Corniger, your sound is gone off for a bit there. So while we adjust his sound, we go to Dr. Chesney.
Yes, well, here at USC, we've had our counseling unit established way before. And so what happened is that we put the counseling services virtually so that both our faculty, staff, and even our students, well, primarily our students, could access. And in fact, we've had to do a number of referrals. We also had assistance from the psychology department because of the increase in numbers that we had. We had people like Dr. Clark and Dr. Niles assisting, with the counseling needs that we had at that time, so that was covered. But I don't know to what extent our faculty would have utilized a lot of those services. I know our staff did, and I know our students certainly, but I never really checked to see to what extent our faculty would have taken advantage of those facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Kumar?
At Oakwood, we introduce what we call mental health days multiple times throughout the semester. All classes shut down, all instructional activities shut down, so that the students could get a mental health break, the faculty could get a mental health break, no assignments to be turned in, and so forth. And that was embraced by both our faculty and our students. In addition, we located virtual counseling providers that our insurance would pay for. And then we promoted this to our students and encouraged them to make available, take advantage of those particular opportunities.
Thank you. Mr. Kumar?
Thank you. At Spicer, we also have a counseling unit, but since the cases were increasing, we had to close down the unit. We had to, in fact, go virtual. But then when the students started moving from Spicer, we were disconnected with the counseling session. And that's what I was just mentioning in the chat box, that one of the things that at Spicer we need to do or focus right now is the mental health condition, or monitoring the mental health condition of both students and the teachers. At present, we do have our focuses on the student, and in the previous semester, we did 2 surveys to understand what student needs, and we have been implementing like what Dr. John Anderson just mentioned, that we are trying to be liberal with the assignments, the projects. We are not pushing the students at any point. We are, in fact, we did not push them for defense. We give them time for the master students so they can take their time, and so we have been doing it. But then, yes, now I believe our focus needs to be moving towards the teachers as well.
Thank you. Just before I go to Mrs. Lampardam, for myself, I've involved the students in help. They help me to design what their assignments look like, so they feel involved and they don't feel as pressured in terms of the normal assignment modalities. So when you say, what do you want your assignment to look like? This is what I want to get from the assignment. What do you want your assignment to look like? They feel involved and they're more enthusiastic about participating. Mrs. Lampardam?
Okay, we made some adjustment to the policy, just like what Spicer did. We've given students additional time to complete the assignments and even lengthen the time for final exam. What I mean by lengthening the final exam is to make sure that the students would have only 1 exam per day. In the normal circumstances, they would have sometimes 2, but during the first semester we had to deal with this issue, we doubled the time for students so that they would have more time to study for the exams, and also given additional time to complete all assignments and projects. And also providing assistance to teachers as well, making sure that they get the help they need dealing with all kinds of issues with technology. Yeah.
Thank you. And what is following from your comment, I also give students bonus assignments which were optional. So if they felt they needed to bump up their grades, we give them a bonus assignment and they could bump up their grades if they think they wanted to do that. Dr. Gals?
Yes, our counseling center has been, very, very active, and most of their work is currently online. But with the students, some of our students, the percentage that are on campus, the center is available, so both students and staff members can be served at the counseling center. So that is one unit that has been very, very active, in spite of the COVID situation. From the graduate standpoint, one of the thrusts I've advocated to my other colleagues, deans and chairs, because of the many institutions that are online, just the same competitive, we have to find a way to create a niche. And the niche and the buzzword is coaching and nurturing. we try to ensure that that type of gesture is extended to all graduate students, and the same thing for undergraduate students, just the same, because students do have an option these days, because everybody is online. So we have to make a difference by utilizing coaching and nurturing as the buzzword to make a difference at Northern Caribbean University.
Thank you. Next question comes from the other hat I wear, which is, as a parliamentarian, I have the honor to chair a Joint Select Committee of Parliament, which is the Social Services and Public Administration, which is now doing an inquiry investigating the impact of the pandemic on learning at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. One of the key findings so far, because it's ongoing, is the disparity in device access and connectivity accesses. So I'd like to know from your perspective, I know most university students would have a device, but it has been exacerbated because sometimes their younger siblings need the device. So it's not as easy as just having a device. Sometimes the device has to be shared between various family members who are attending different levels of schools, and also the complication of a lack of connectivity given some socioeconomic challenges, and what your institutions have been able to do to mitigate those gaps. Let me start with Dr. Chesney on that.
Well, we looked at that particular situation, and interestingly enough, it was not just affecting our students. We've had students who suffered in that way, and I know that the faculty would have tried to assist them by ensuring that all the sessions online would have been recorded so that they could get back to it at a later stage, because it was a question of several persons in the household using the devices. Students were even advised to use their phones. With the smartphones, you access everything and you do everything. Some of our students would have indicated to us in the survey that they used their phones, some had tablets, so in cases where they didn't have laptops. We found our faculty, interestingly enough, did not have access as well. So there might have been, in some instances, one laptop in a house, and you have children and other members to use the one laptop. So this year, and as I mentioned earlier, we learned from what happened when this crisis started. So this year in January, we purchased laptops for our faculty. We purchased one lot. We have another set. We're hoping within another month, we'll get the other supply of laptops. So we're trying to ensure, at least from the faculty standpoint, that they have the tools that they need to work. So all our faculty and all our deans and chairs will have laptops by the end of this semester. We've already provided the first batch. And in addition to that, we'll look to see in going forward how it is that we can assist our students by having competitions, debating competitions. We're going to have social activities and have tablets and laptops as gifts that we're going to give out. So that is an initiative that we're currently working on that we'll want to, put in place before the start of the next semester.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson?
Yes, similar to what Wanda said, we issued laptops to every faculty member, every instructional faculty member. We adopted a policy that we would no longer service or purchase desktop computers. From here forward, it would simply be laptop computers. With our students, one of the challenges they face, even if they had a device, is whether or not that device had the capacity to integrate into the system, because when they use their smartphone, there are certain features with our learning management system that the smartphone cannot access. And so one of the first things we did was to put out a specification, a statement on exactly what the capability was needed in whatever device that you were going to use. We created virtual labs where all of the software that was used in the different academic programs across the campus was made available through this virtual lab. And so students could actually log into those labs and continue their work. And also most of the power was there on the lab, on the server, and not necessarily with the instrument that the student was using. So they did not have to download the software. We were not successful in coming up with a plan where we could actually assist our students with acquiring devices. And so we're still looking at how we can make that happen. But that's moving forward.
Right, Mr. Kumar?
Well, at Spicer, thank you for this. Is a very important question that we need to address, at least from our perspective.
And don't forget the connectivity aspect of it also, because some may have devices and some areas may not have connectivity.
Right. But before going that, I have 3 sons, and 2 of them are already now in college. They just joined the college, and one is in high school. And I had to provide them devices we have only one a PC at home, and then now everybody needs to be online. I don't want to go to the students' perspective now. I struggled to provide them their needs, to make arrangements for them, and to make sure that they have an uninterrupted learning going on at home. I can only imagine for students, and I have had some personal experiences with people who cannot afford to buy another smartphone for their children. And like USC, we do not have funds to, I can only imagine to get a laptop for myself as being faculty here, because we may not have funds for that. So we are so helpless at this point to facilitate or provide devices to the students. However, I mentioned when I was presenting earlier that our field pastors, the local churches, have been coming up and helping the students. Those students who could reach out to the local church, the pastors are trying to arrange the classrooms for them, provide them internet connectivity. And yes, India, we don't have good connectivity as Thailand may be having 300 Mbps. We have hardly 2 or 3 Mbps. That's the best we can have. So that's another challenge that we go through. And to cope up with this challenge, what we have done is we have given students a lot of room. They come for online classes. If they can't come, if they cannot join, if there is a connectivity issue, we consider it. We don't push them to have an attendance with us. We provide them notes. We provide them the lectures. They can attend, or they can go through the notes any time of the day. And as Mrs. Rita was talking about, we give 20 days for writing 6 courses exam. 20 days. So they can write any time of the day for 20 days. They can. So we're trying our best so that they find a medium to do. Since we cannot provide them any resources, we are giving them time so that they are out of stress and they can take successful exams. Yeah.
Their accommodations. Dr. Kornejak.
Our situation was very similar to you. Professors, all the faculty members has their own laptop or provided by the institution. At the beginning of the pandemic, the institution has to spend in some upgrades, especially for accessories for teaching. But it was not a big deal with that, because our professor, because they are using the learning like mandatory from several years ago as a tool for their face-to-face classes. For students, the situation is very similar to what CSCU is experiencing. So what more or less the same what Dr. Wanda told us, so I will not repeat.
All right, thank you. We're running out to the closing time now, so I'm going to ask Mrs. Lampadam to give her experience and also your closing comments at the same time. And then we go to Dr. Guys and we go to the other panelists for their closing comments. So Mrs. Lampadam.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to online learning, the problem is that our students and teachers do not have the same kind of resources to deal with that. But just like all the other universities, at least we help the teachers to have all the resources they need to be able to teach online. But with the students, if they are on campus, then we have at least the computer labs where they can go use, at least those students who do not have the laptops. We cannot afford to provide for the students individually because that would drain the resources of the university, but we have the computer labs. Now, we have asked the teachers to record all their lectures so that students with poor connectivity will be able to access the lectures later on. Now, one example of a situation right now is, I think, the situation in Myanmar. I think you may have heard of the coup that had happened and the interruption on the learning, because we have students studying from Myanmar. And so we have to request all the teachers to give them a very special consideration to have all the lectures recorded. So whenever the students in Myanmar can access, whenever they have the internet connection, then they will be able to access the lectures and do the assignments and do whatever is necessary. So in their case, we also will give them additional time to complete the assignments. So I think with technology, online learning, virtual learning, it's not just about what the teachers do, but also the resources that's available for students. As mentioned, a good connection is important, and that is oftentimes beyond our control. We can't control the connection. And so we have asked teachers not to insist on live meeting, but to record all the lectures and post it online. So students, whenever we have interruption, we are not affected by, the lectures will go on and students will be able to access the lectures whenever they can. So teachers need to be flexible, not just insisting on meeting the deadlines. You have to submit all your assignment by this time. That cannot work anymore in a situation where we have no full control of connection.
So the buzzword is accommodation. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lampadam. Dr. Giles?
Yes, at Northern Caribbean University, we faced the challenge of some of our lecturers and facilitators. They had systems that need upgrading. The university provided the resources in order to ensure that they have laptops available that are functioning. There are students who live in certain areas in which they have connectivity problem. We invite those students to come on campus, or we provide accommodations also on campus for those students, because we want to make sure that we provide the avenue wherein they can learn. So the university information system is a very, very busy department because of the online situation. So we have regular training just the same for those individuals who have challenges and itches, and those facilitators who, where they live, they have connectivity problem. The university is open and they are invited to come and utilize the system on campus so that they don't shortchange our students. So the system on campus is very, very functional. We ensure that there's strong connectivity because they have bought Wi-Fi routers, extra routers, to ensure that there are no challenges on campus. So both students and faculty members have the opportunity to come to the main campus for those individuals who live in different areas with challenges. So going forward, we are watching to see. Some individuals may think that we're going to go back to original, but things are changing and we have to change with it just the same. And we watch as things goes on, as things go on, and we will adjust accordingly. But we want to make sure that teaching and learning is not compromised in the whole process. So that is very, very important for us.
We can certainly learn from each other as this forum is proving. Now I'm going to be very unfair to Dr. Chesney, Dr. Kumar, and Dr. Ann. You have 30 seconds to wrap. Final comments, please.
Let me jump in then. Let me jump in quickly. We want to focus our attention on creative pedagogies. It's important. I think what we've done essentially is that we've transferred the traditional forms of teaching in the virtual, online, and the synchronous environment. I think we've got to now become very creative. It's a whole different modality. It requires a different style of teaching. And that is something that we will want to focus on in the new academic year. Actually, in the break, when we take the break for the summer, we've already implemented alternative assessments. So our students don't do speed exams or timed exams. They have exams, open book exams that they do in their own time and they submit and so on. And so there are all sorts of authentic assessments that we use to evaluate them. So we've moved away from all those standardized testing and so on. And we want to be able to continue with that. Right now, our university is open for all our administrators only.
I have to be rude.
The only persons working at home would be our faculty. So we're going to continue in that.
30 seconds up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kronenberg, go ahead, please.
We want to prepare our classroom for hybrid modality. We want for students who want to come to the campus to be there, and for those who want to follow synchronically online to follow the classes. We have UM Virtual, which is a academic unity responsible for totally online courses, and they have the courses instructional design and all this stuff. But the regular classes, we want to have them synchronous. So we will the main goal now is to prepare this classroom to be functional for face-to-face and simultaneously for those who cannot come or don't want to come because they are afraid or who knows.
So your word is flexibility. All right, thank you, Mr. Kumar.
Well, at Spicer, we in India, at least as of now, we are still having COVID cases rising up. We were actually planning to start 50% of attendance and 50% of online classes. And that was the initial plan. We had a convocation coming up in the month of March 28th, and we planned it to have it physical, but then suddenly last month the COVID cases started increasing again, and then we have to go again online. So the initial plan was to go 50% online, 50% offline, but as of now, and certainly for this entire semester, we will be online, facilitating the students. In future, definitely we may have different plans, and one of the plan which we are going to work on is to go 25% online and 75% offline, depending on the situation of the country. We are still not sure how India is going to. We have taken it lightly, and that's why.
But at least you have vaccines. Dr. Anderson.
Yes, as I mentioned a little earlier, we are planning for face-to-face instruction in the fall. However, we have experienced the fact that that our students want to come back to campus, but they don't necessarily want to go to class. And so we're dealing with this new phenomenon that they want to do their instruction from the residence hall or from wherever they are, but yet they want to be here on the campus. And so we're developing contingency plans because the students now are accustomed to deciding for themselves whether I go to class or I participate virtually. And so that's the new reality that we're dealing with. And again, we've documented everything that we have done. And so if any of those experiences can be helpful, just let me know and we'll be willing to share
Excellent. As we all know, part of university life is actually interacting and being on campus with others. So this has been absolutely astounding for me. The only suggestion I have, which occurred to me during the interface, is that maybe we need to get together and each of these institutions allows students in each of our jurisdictions to take one class in your jurisdiction.
Yes.
Right? There's going to be a whole semester, so they get a wide study abroad for one class. Right? If we can do this here, we can certainly afford our students the dive studying one class at another university. That's my
study abroad opportunities.
I'd like to thank you all. It's been such a wonderful interface. Yeah, Dr. I'm losing my train. Dr. Chesney, Mr. Kumar, Mrs. Lambadam, also Dr. Giles, Dr. Kornajek, Dr. Anderson. Did I leave anybody out? Chelsea Seeley, and also, yes, I think Mr. Mann, who could not be with us. We'd like to thank you all for your participation and your contributions. It has been certainly a wonderful experience to me. Let's hand you back over to Master Control.
Thank you for doing a fantastic job.
Thank you for the opportunity. And
thank you.
It's a pleasure meeting my colleagues.
This was so fun.
Yeah, it's nice to see you, Paul Giles.
Okay. Oh, yes. Wonder. All right. Take care. Good. All right.
Bye.
Good. Bye-bye.
Be safe.
I'd like to begin by thanking Mr. Paul Richards and his supporting team for wrapping up the final session. And I say that we have had 2 days of dynamic and scholarly presentations. And I would say that it's going to take a while for us to actually analyze some of the outstanding information that we have received. I hope that you will find some time to do just that. And if you're having challenges with getting some of the copies or some of the recordings, then you can contact Dr. Chan, who will try her best to facilitate your requests. Our final element in this program is to make some announcement with reference to some awards that we have, new awards and some existing awards. So the School of Social Science has created 2 new awards. And it pleases me to launch, for the first time, these awards and to share with you 2 special awards that will be annually presented to our undergraduate students. So the first award is the Dr. Letroy Cummins Research Award. The second award is Dr. Rose Asuji Social Science Award. Now, both awards are named after 2 faculty members who passed in 2017, that's Dr. Asuji, and 2020, Dr. Cummins. Their contributions and excellence in the field of research, sociology, and criminology is quite remarkable, and they have left an indelible mark in our school and on our students. Dr. Cummins lectured in sociology, and he taught many research classes and was very passionate about research. His dedication, commitment, consistency, and quality of research here at USC and in his home country, Guyana, has left quite a legacy. And we at the School of Social Science want to remember him by announcing this award today. While he was here, he has been here for 13 years, and he would also be remembered for his camaraderie amongst faculty and student and his very candid approach to life. So we look forward to having this award given to someone next year. And we are hoping that between now and the next time we meet for these awards, there will be some exciting contributions to this award. Dr. Rose Asuji also lectured in the area of sociology and criminology. She was most zealous about criminology, and she made a significant contribution as a supervisor of theses for the master's students. She just loved to work with the master's students, and I must say, she was a very hard worker. She would be unwell, but somehow she would find herself here on campus to meet students and try to assist them in everywhere possible. Dr. Suji was also a key person who collaborated with Mrs. Ann Apaka and Mrs. Zola Phillips Pilgrim, both faculty members in the School of Social Science, to develop the certificate, the diploma, and the bachelor's in criminology and criminal justice. So we owe a tremendous amount of gratitude to Dr. Asuji. She often shared her wealth of knowledge, experience, and had a tremendous sense of humor. And for over 13 years, she served this institution as an adjunct professor. And we really, really appreciated her contribution. And so we wanted to acknowledge that during her time, she maintained the ethos of the university. She was consistent in her commitment, and she was outstanding in every regard. We will announce further the elements of these awards, and we look forward to being able to offer them. They will come with a cash prize and a plaque, but all of this is going to be announced soon. My last responsibility is to talk about the poster competition and the Best Young Research Award. Now, we had 21 posters, and 3 of them were selected as outstanding. And you know, the thing about posters, when they're all so well presented and the topics are so very interesting, is how do you go about separating the first from the third? But as is always, we have to have a first, a second, and a third. So I'm going to begin with the third prize, and it will be a cash prize, and that cash prize can be sourced from Dr. Chan, the Director of Research and Innovation. So the third prize goes to Nikili Motley, Kishan Jamil John, Camille Harris, Shirlene Turner, Claudette, Martha, and Rihanna Mackenzie. And their poster presentation was on the physical and mental effects of online learning on teachers, students, and parents. The second prize goes to Stacy Ann Paccio, Mary Ann Ali, Dominique Merritt, Abiola Jacobs, and Khadija Grantham. And their poster topic was the effects of online learning on students' emotional exhaustion. And finally, the first prize goes to students Brittany Taylor, Jadili Jagrup, Julia Humphrey, Kadisha Fleury, Tahira Alexander, and the topic of the presentation was occupational stress and virtual teaching in the Caribbean. and they won the first prize. Again, your cash prize can be sourced from Dr. Chan. My final announcement relates to the Best Young Oral Presentation Research Award. And this is the first of its kind, and it goes to a number of students who did exceptionally well. I'll tell you the topic in this time. The topic was the mental health of COVID-19 on frontline workers. And the students who won this award, the Young Best Researcher Award, are Shavana Hussain, Marius Alfred, Nazeli Charles, Kezia Lewis, Sharana McFarland Marshall, and we would like to acknowledge all the other students who submitted posters. It's not easy to sit down and prepare a poster, do the research, make a presentation, and when you have tons of school homework and you also have challenges with the online tuition. And we know that many students have had that challenge. So I'd like to congratulate all of the presenters of the various topics, all of the presenters of the poster presentation, and we look forward to a larger number of posters next year, and we are looking forward to additional awards which are on the back burner. We're going to bring them forward and innovate some of our ideas into new and dynamic presentation. Thank you. May the Lord bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Wow, that brings us to the end of 3 days of research, USC Research 2021, beginning with our public lecture series. And thank you for staying with us, for tuning in for these 3 days, and we are really going to miss you after this is over. So it is my pleasure and delight to say a vote of thanks to each and every one of you who joined us from different time zones. I know in the parts of the world where it is still midnight, people woke up, did the presentation when have gone back to sleep. So I really thank you for being there with us, joining us from different time zones, and our own very USC students, faculty, staff, administrators who are there with us throughout these 3 days. So thank you. We thank the keynote speakers of the public lecture series, Dr. Leslie Pollard, President of the Oakwood University, Huntsville, Alabama. We thank the keynote presenter of our USC Research Day that we began with the opening ceremony, Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby Dolly, Minister of Education of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We thank our distinguished administrators who are there with us. They are there with us every year when we do our research day. Dr. Kern Tobias, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, and Dr. Hilary Bowman, President of the University of the Southern Caribbean. They are always there, not forgetting Dr. Wanda Chesney, Provost of the University of the Southern Caribbean. These are distinguished administrators who have been there with us in all these years that we have been hosting the Research Day and Public Lecture Series. This year, I would like to also thank my new boss, Dr. Deirdre Ann Seeley, Dean of the new school that has been instituted, School of Graduate Studies and Research. And under her leadership, we have been very fortunate to have her plan and implement the USC Research Day and Public Lecture Series. So thank you, Dr. Seeley. We really want to thank the research ambassadors for being with us in planning and implementing and coordinating the various segments that we had. for our research day. Just give me a moment to call the names because I want them to be duly acknowledged for the hard work that they have done with us working behind the scene. We did mention Dr. Seeley. We had Dr. Edward Clark, Dr. Kenneth Niles, Dr. Chanchal Gayan, Dr. Patrick Anani, Pastor Cyril Marshall, Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, Ms. Cerilyn Legal, Mrs. Gersha Pear, Mrs. Grace Jacot, Ms. Stacy Ann Quintero, Dr. Claudette Mitchell, Dr. Dave Cassie, Dr. Raghunath Mahabir, and the coordinators, the graduate program coordinators of our graduate school, Dr. Ronnie Roberts and Dr. Mahabir. My research assistant, Ms. Makeda Thomas, she really put day and night together. The communication that you would have received from her, the reminders you would have received from her. Thank you, Makeda, for doing the needful. And Ms. Anne-Marie Charles, the administrative assistant in the School of Graduate Studies and Research, my heartfelt thanks to you. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish what we did. So I needed to take that moment to acknowledge them. I want to thank all the coordinators, Dr. Ronnie Roberts, Dr. Lydia Campbell George, Mr. David Chand, who are not part of our research ambassadors, but they put in the time to be with us to coordinate the sessions. And all those who participated in the program, the public lecture series, the opening ceremony, and during the 2 days that we had, we want to thank all our featured presenters. They were from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, that they graced us with their presence, with their expert knowledge, research that they shared with us. We want to thank the presenters from overseas, especially mentioning the Amrita Dental School, the Christian Medical College, the Malawi Adventist University, Seleuci University, Arthur Logue Jack School of Business and Entrepreneurship, University of the West Indies, and our own University of the Southern Caribbean. The roundtable panels, great session we had across the continents, top-level administrators from our Adventist universities who had joined, and we just heard the lively, stimulating discussion that we had. We want to thank the coordinator of the roundtable discussion, very ably done, Mr. Paul Richards. Thank you very much, a very busy man, a senator in the House of the Parliament. We thank you, you're yet so humble. Whenever we invite you, you are there. You did the job well. We don't want to forget our technical staff under the leadership of Mr. Dwight Francis, who managed the audio and the video for us and the website that was live streaming. So Mr. Dwight Francis and Mr. Alex and the team that worked with us, not forgetting people who helped us put the information on the website, Ms. Simone Augustus and her team, Mr. Doran St. Bryce and their boss, director, coordinator, Mr. Josh Rudder. Thank you so much. And the event coordinator, Mr. Drayson Brown and his team. If I forgot anyone, please forgive me. So thank you, one. Thank you all. It was a great session, and it will be in days to remember. I think the memories of this session will linger with us, and we are moving towards networking with all the universities that were represented here. And we want to forge collaborative research across the continents in different contexts. So students, faculty, and staff of USC, please join us on board if you're interested in collaborative researches in any one of these universities. So let us not end our research day by just listening and having a great time and forgetting about it until the next research day. No, we are going to work. We are going to collaborate with research, forge forward. We want to bring out more informed decision making that will help us to make important decisions to forge ahead and bring solutions to human problems. So be in touch with us, write to us, email us if you want to join a collaborative research with any one of the institutions or universities. Okay? To end, I would just want to make an announcement that all the videos, all the presentations that we had in the last 3 days are available at the University of the Southern Caribbean's YouTube site. So Write to us if you need more information at research@usc.edu.tt. Thank you. God bless you. Keep your research going.
Now let's spend some time in a short prayer.
Such is the case.
All right, let's bow our heads as we pray. Father, we thank you so much for what we have heard. We thank you so much for what we have experienced. We thank you so much for the way that you have opened our minds to possibilities, for the way that you have pointed out to us that we can, in fact, rise from this scenario, from this pandemic, from the challenges that we face, both at home and on our jobs, and that we can go forward. We thank you for the opportunities, oh God, that you have presented. And now we plead with you, not only for your help, but for your continued guidance and wisdom, so that we can not only implement that which we have heard, but that our minds would continue to expand by your grace, so that we can truly, truly exemplify what a great God you are, because our lives would be changed and our world would be impacted by the things that not only we've heard and shared and experienced, but by what you have taken, turned around, and made marvelous for us. So for this, we thank you. And in advance, we plead with you, God, that you would continue to guide our students everywhere in the world, that you would continue to guide our administrators everywhere, and that, God, at the end of the day, you will be seen, you will be magnified and heard. Thank you. Bless everyone, I pray this evening, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you.